The key
and let your idea
difference
fly.
former President Trump wants to cut the corporate
The
tax
future of
rate
your startup
again,
could be
bring it
just
down
one
to
video away.
15%.
Remember,
Vice
be
President Harris
clear,
wants to
be
increase
passionate,
corporate tax.
and most
And
importantly,
then on individual
be you.
taxation,
We can't wait to see what you've got.
former
Let's get
President
funded
Trump
now.
is on board for keeping taxation levels are at what they are currently. Vice President Harris would keep them where they are for those earning under 400,000, but above that, you would increase taxes on the wealthy. That's the gist of it now. Within that, lots of other micro measures: no taxes on tips, for example, no taxes, no overtime. The former President Trump's proposed. There are a lot of measures, but to be clear on this, again, when it comes to presidential power, a lot will depend on who has Congress. If it's a sweep for either candidate, then it would be an easier through train for them to push through their taxation policies. And of course, if it's a divided Congress, then it comes back to bartering and trading over which measures to get through, and probably would be a logjam. But either way, both policies are seen to be widening the deficit. Mr. Trump, much more so than Vice President Harris, by all accounts.
Walk us through energy proposals as well, because Harris has leaned more into clean energy, whereas Trump has promised to cut down on regulation of oil, natural gas, and of course, coal production.
And that is the difference. It's drill, baby, drill with former President Trump. He wants to go back to, the hydrocarbons. He wants to, in his view, cut regulation, cut the prohibition on or the obstacles to mining and extracting minerals and resources from the ground. That's the ethos of what he's preaching. And of course, Vice President Harris broadly seen as continuity for the green energy, alternative energy policies that President Biden has been pushing through his campaign. I mean, again, there are those who will remind you that the U.S. is pumping as much oil as it ever has right now. So you kind of have to wonder, is this the time for that debate? But yeah.
All right, Enda, always appreciate getting some of your time. Enda Curran, he's a global economy reporter for Bloomberg News. He's based in our Washington, D.C. Headquarters, and we got him there via Zoom. So again, economic policy is pretty stark differences between the two candidates, just one of the many issues that will be driving voting tomorrow. So we will stay on top of that, of course. We're going to have more of Bloomberg Intelligence coming up in just moments. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock.
It's not that great a business as a business, casualty insurance. It's a tough game. There are temptations to be stupid in it. It's like banking. Once I asked the man who just left a large investment bank, and I said, how does your firm make its money? He said, off the top, off the bottom, off both sides, and in the middle. The general system for money management requires people to pretend that they can do something that they can't do, and to pretend to like it when they really don't. And I think that's a terrible way to spend your life, but it's very well paid.
I'm in. I'll raise. I fold. Where's Warren? Well, unfortunately, I wasn't Warren's type. Oh, well, who needs a billionaire anyway, right? Oh, I got myself a billionaire. It's just not Warren. Come in, sweetie.
Hi, girls.
This is Charlie. Hi, Charlie. You come here and sit right down, and I will grab us a couple of beers.
Deal me in. Is this really Jamie Lee Curtis?
Is this really Mr. Hunger? I mean, Munger, excuse me. Please call me Jamie as long as I can call you Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Susan Lucci. Oh, haven't you heard about the deal between Warren and me? He's going to be a big star and all my children, and I'm going to be taking over Berkshire Hathaway.
Well, you certainly got some important qualities that Warren lacks.
Well, thank you, Charlie. There's some changes I really think we need to make around here. The first thing we need to look at is our dividend policy. I have never heard of anything so cheap and so unfair to our wonderful shareholders. We need to change it.
back in the batch. I'll try that. Contaminated the whole thing.
Charlie? It's done. Slick, yo. Brittle, bitches.
Investments and capacity additions look like around these clean sectors. There's actually a lot that's bound to happen in terms of just what's committed to date happening over the next few years, and that's likely to unlock a lot more investment over the 2035 period. I can tell you a little bit more about that if you want to hear about it.
Well, I guess one of the risks is just political risk to those numbers, to that type of investment. If we get a change in Congress, if we get a change in the White House more towards Republican, are there risks to some of those monies that have already been committed or earmarked?
Yeah, so what we did, I guess the way we think about it is to look at what is our expectation in the market out to 2035. So for some context, our expectation in terms of our forecast for wind, solar, and storage installations is about 1.1 terawatt of new capacity additions out to 2035. For context, in the U.S. power grid, as of the end of 2023, there was about 1.2 terawatt of cumulative installed power generation capacity. So essentially, we were about doubling in terms of capacity on the grid out to 2035, but that addition is just from wind, solar, and storage, which is really impressive. In terms of the risk factors to your question, so the way we were investigating that in the report, or analyze that in the report, is to try to think about the worst case scenario. So there's a lot of investment that's already been committed at the back of the investment tax credits and some of the other incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act. But we wanted to look at, okay, so what happens if these incentives, so the investment tax credit, actually gets repealed right away, which is, of course, a worst case scenario. It's not our expectation of what will happen, but it gives us some benchmark of what could happen. And under that scenario, it's about a 17% decline. So it's a fifth of capacity that gets dropped or not built in the 2035 timeframe. One additional component is, like, if that actually were to happen, is that projects would try to rush to try to be built before that step down happens, which could happen in the end of 2026 or end of 2025. So essentially, there's a rush to build, a decline in the market, and then the market picks up again, but not at the same rate or not to the same degree as it would in a non-repeal scenario. So that's how we looked at that.
Walk us through the key fundamentals that you think have helped build the industry.
Absolutely. So I think we're obviously in an acceleration mode at the moment. It's almost like certain key elements are keeping the market from growing as quickly as it could. But in terms of the fundamentals in the past, major one is the fact that the cost of wind, solar, and storage and batteries has come down significantly over the last decades. That's really made the cost of these technologies competitive against conventional generation, conventional fossil fuel generators in the U.S. that would be trying to displace gas. And we do see in most of the markets of the U.S., wind and solar are competitive against gas. Of course, they don't deliver energy at all like 24/7, and that's where batteries comes in. So the cost of batteries, like specifically lithium-ion batteries, has fallen by more than 90% over the last decade, which is significant.
How's the U.S. doing? You quote some really big numbers here in terms of investment and terawatts and all those things. How are we versus the rest of the world in terms of, just in terms of really embracing cleaner energy?
Yeah, so on a country level basis, the U.S. is probably second in terms of stacked investments in these sectors. That's because China is really the giant in terms of attracting new investment into wind, solar, and even battery segments. And there's a bit of a pickup game in terms of some of the key segments in terms of the manufacturing side, so the supply chain, and trying to invest that and bring that into the U.S. with mixed levels of comparative success across different sectors.
What should we expect for wind and solar capacity build in 2025 for those forecasts?
Yeah, so we're expecting most of them to grow. That's certainly true for solar and storage. Wind more or less keeping a pace. Generally, our expectation is that there will be more investment going in, and that's because there's just a lot of projects in the pipeline that are essentially contracted to meet utility demand. So a lot of the U.S. utilities have been, contracting more clean power because they, as I said, they're cheaper, but also because they might have some specific goals in order to decarbonize. I guess the other factor is just the corporate side. So a lot of the, the Amazons, the Googles, these companies have increasingly also been looking for cleaner portfolios of energy generation to be meeting their demand.
Yayoi Sakini, Head of Energy Storage at Bloomberg NEF. Thanks so much for joining us here. Again, the good folks at the Bloomberg NEF, they look at I guess within Bloomberg, they really track and analyze the energy transition on a global scale. So they're really doing some cutting edge work there, which is of keen importance to a lot of folks, including the Bloomberg Terminal customers out there. So we appreciate getting a few minutes of their time every week. S&P 500, it's off 0.4% here today. The Dow off 366 points, that's 0.8%. The NASDAQ off 49 points, that's about 0.3%. Looking at the bond market, a 10-year Treasury up 21.30 seconds, pushing that yield down. Price up, yield down 8 basis points, 4.3% on your 10-year. The 2 years about 4.15. WTI crude oil, speaking of energy, up 2.6% today, just above $71 per barrel. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Streaming live as well on YouTube.com, so search there for Bloomberg Podcast. The election tomorrow, obviously one of the key issues driving this market for some time. Let's get the latest analysis here. Maya Wiley joins us. She's president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. joining us via that Zoom thing here, so that comes in handy. Mayo, thank you so much for joining us here. I guess what we hear from, a lot of the experts is this is too close to call. What are you hearing from some of the folks that you talk to?
Well, certainly what we know is that voters are going to decide the outcome of this election and absolutely cannot predict based on the polls. What we can say is what we're seeing in the absolute enthusiasm to show up to these polls, even in early voting. As we know, Election Day is tomorrow, but I was in Pennsylvania on Saturday where thousands of doors were being knocked all over the state. Lots of high levels of turnout across not just Pennsylvania, but other states. We're hearing already for Detroit, Michigan, for example, 51% turnout for early voting. Michigan is also one of those states that has same-day registration, meaning people can show up at the polls and register to vote and then vote tomorrow. So what our own Civil Rights Monitor polling showed in September that the Leadership Conference did with Brilliant Corners was enthusiasm is high on all sides in this election, and we're seeing that at the polls.
Talk to us, Maya, about what the mood is like in some of these key states and these battleground areas.
Well, I've been to Milwaukee, I've been to Detroit, I was in Pennsylvania. I think the mood is everything from completely motivated for folks to show up and have their voices heard at the polls, and anxiety. I mean, the anxiety is understandable. There is a lot at stake in this election. People are feeling it. There's also been the reality of disinformation and the flood both from foreign governments like Russia, like China, like Iran, trying to sow division and confusion. And sadly, some political leaders, some organizational leaders, some politicians picking up on that disinformation. So a lot of work on the ground across the country to make sure that voters know where to vote, how to vote, and that their votes count and will be counted, because we do have an exceptionally impressive election system in this country we should be proud of, and that's a big part of the work that people are doing on the ground.
And Miley, a lot of experts are telling us to really be mindful of the turnout. That turnout's going to be really critical for both sides, actually. What's your understanding of maybe is one side better equipped to get the word out and the turnout going?
Well, look, certainly it's a turnout election. I would argue all elections are actually turnout elections. When voters show up, they decide who lead us. And so the more voters who show up, the more we have a true reading of the country. The voter motivation is very high. Turnout is exceptionally high. We're already seeing numbers of turnout that are historic. They're approaching 2020 numbers. Remember, President Joe Biden won the most number of votes of any president for over 100 years of voting history. This is on par to be a historic turnout election. I think the point about who does that benefit, I mean, both sides, all sides are showing up. The real question is, what do voters want and what's at stake? And how many of these voters are new voters or voters who did not show up in 2020 or in 2022? A lot of the get out the vote work has been focused in the civil rights community and certainly by us at the Leadership Conference of making sure those people who can vote know where and how to vote and feel that their vote matters and will count. And that's why I think we're seeing high turnout, as people are feeling that.
Whenever you're speaking anecdotally to Americans across the country, what's more specific when it comes to policy proposals do they constantly keep bringing up to you?
Look, people are very concerned, obviously, about everything from the state of our democracy and our freedoms, particularly abortion. But in communities of color, criminal justice reform is a huge issue, as is education. But I think we also know that across the board, costs are an issue. And, one of the things that's been so clear in this campaign is, when Kamala Harris speaks about the fact that she is not going to drive up the cost of groceries, but Donald Trump obviously talking less about costs and more casting aspersions. I mean, people are really trying to listen for, how is my life going to be better? And they're responding to where and how they're hearing very clear messages about what things they would see and feel in their own households and communities. I think that's also why we're seeing so many women vote, because abortion and access to abortion as an issue of healthcare. Reproductive freedom is not just reproductive freedom, it's also the ability to get the care you need, including if your life is in danger. And we're seeing that as a huge motivator and topic of discussion. And I think that's part of why we're seeing what we saw in that Iowa poll, which showed, frankly, that women were turning out in droves, and we've seen that gender gap. So many women engaged in this election, and that is a big reason.
Right. Maya, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate getting some of your time. Maya Wiley, she's the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, giving us her preview of, again, the selection for tomorrow. And again, the news this morning was you got a new poll out over the weekend showing that Kamala Harris, at least in the state of Iowa, is showing some strength there. So that is certainly notable. And we keep on reporting on the updated polling. But again, election tomorrow. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines from, I'm not sure where they are. If they're in New York or they're Washington.
I think I saw Kaylee in our headquarters.
All right, they're in New York. That's where we're doing it from, folks. That starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from New York.
From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, we have made it to the eve of the election at last. One of the most volatile and unpredictable cycles in modern American history. Here we are.
Yeah, just to think of how far we've come from a race that was supposed to be a 2020 rematch. Joe Biden against Donald Trump. Now Kamala Harris against the former president instead, with polls leading up to Election Day tomorrow still showing them neck and neck. No one is able at this time to confidently call this race.
Too close to call. That goes for a lot of down ballot races as well. And Kaylee, we can't ignore the fact that more than 75 million Americans have already voted, raising a lot of questions about turnout tomorrow and how long it's going to take to call some of these races.
Keep in mind, less than 155 million voted in 2020. So already about half of the electorate from the last cycle has cast a ballot, including in some of those critical battleground states. Georgia, North Carolina have already seen 4 million people or more vote, which is 80% of the total that voted in 2020. We're, of course, going to be visiting some of those states this hour and in the hours to come as the candidates are doing the same, taking on the battleground states this weekend, presenting their closing arguments.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. You watch. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so much fun. It'll be nasty a little bit at times, and maybe at the beginning in particular, but it's going to be something.
And we will win, because here's what everyone here knows. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division.
So let's get in the field. Covering the Trump campaign for us now in West Palm Beach, Florida, is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. What's happening on the ground there, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe, I'm here in front of the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is where former President Donald Trump will rally his supporters tomorrow night for an election night watch party as those results start to pour in. But before he gets here, though, he's spending today crisscrossing the nation, hitting some of those key battleground states that we've been closely covering. Currently, he's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Then he's going to head over to Pennsylvania for 2 campaign stops there, one in Reading, another in Pittsburgh, which is typically considered to be a Democratic stronghold, before ending the day in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, something that all these areas have in common is that they are in counties or they are near counties that former President Donald Trump lost in 2020. So clearly a bid by his campaign to try to shore up support, get out the vote in some of these areas where they feel he might have underperformed in last time around. Now, I don't have to tell either of you at this point in the race, it is all about turnout. Those are the voters that the candidates are trying to court for a sense of the messaging that former President Donald Trump is trying to deliver to support supporters to get them out to the polls. I want you to take a listen here to him addressing supporters in another battleground we're closely watching, Georgia.
It would be nice, it's obviously not necessary, but it would really be nice to have more votes than they do. But we're going to bring so many things back to our country, and they're common sense things like that. You need to get out and vote. We're going to do things that are going to make you so proud, and we just don't want to take a chance. You know,
now, we talk a lot about undecided voters. Today, when we're talking about them, though, it's not necessarily undecided between Trump or Harris. It's undecided on whether they will go to the polls at all. These are the voters that the campaigns need to mobilize. But it is important to note, as you noted at the top, we are seeing a surge in early voting. The latest count showing us that at least 76 million Americans have already cast their ballots. Joe and Kaylee, that is well above pre-pandemic levels.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live in Florida for this election week. Thank you so much. Now, as Tyler mentioned, Donald Trump will be ending his day today in Michigan, and that's where we go next. Joining us from Detroit is Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick. So, Romaine, give us a sense of how it's feeling in super tight Michigan, not just at the presidential level, but in the Senate race as well.
Yeah, this is probably one of the swingiest of the swing states. Tyler was just saying that President Trump will be making another appearance here later tonight in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That will be at least his 22nd appearance here in the state of Michigan. Kamala Harris just leaving Michigan just a few minutes ago. She spent the last couple of days through Detroit and in Lansing, Michigan. She has made more than 20 stops here as well, including at least 10 since Joe Biden dropped out of the race on July 21st. Tim Walz also making his way through the state. J.D. Vance scheduled to be in Flint, Michigan, and there's a big reason for that. Of course, the blue wall state, not quite the blue wall state that it used to be. Trump flipping the state back in 2016, Joe Biden flipping it back in 2020, and right now here in 2024, it's all up for grabs. A big part of that, of course, is the level of undecided voters here, probably more so than what we saw in the past two presidential cycles. A big part of that coming from union membership, a big part of that coming from the Muslim and Arab American population, really undecided right now as to whether they should continue their tradition of voting for Democrats, something they've done by about a 3-to-1 margin in past elections. But the time I spent yesterday out in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, Michigan, really strongholds for the Arab American and Muslim populations, tilting much more to Trump this election cycle. The mayor of Dearborn, a Muslim American, endorsing President Trump, and Hammerantic mayor also endorsing Trump. That's the first Muslim majority city here in the United States of America. Anger right now about the Biden administration stance on the situation in Gaza, a protest vote, if you will, that could go for Trump or the third party candidate that's dominating the ballots here in those areas, Jill Stein.
A perfect framing of battleground Michigan. Thank you, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, as we throw the best of Bloomberg at this election. You'll be hearing a lot more about this as we make our way through the hour here. And we want to bring you next to North Carolina, where Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton is standing by with more, yet another swing state that is too close to call, Anna.
That's right. I've just come from Trump's rally here in North Carolina. He was speaking just a short time ago. And I talked to voters outside, and everyone I talked to had already voted. Now, Trump's base in North Carolina is very loyal, very reliable, but the question is whether he can pull in those unaffiliated voters. There are nearly 3 million people in North Carolina who are not registered with either of the major political parties. And so those are really the voters that both campaigns are targeting. There's also a bit of an enthusiasm gap here in the final week. Republicans, very loyal to Donald Trump, but Democrats have turned out and added people to their volunteer base. There are 45,000 people who have volunteered for the Harris campaign since she became the candidate, and 95% of those are volunteering for the first time. So they're doing everything they can to turn out the vote, to make sure that people who need to learn more about these candidates can and make the decision to actually go and cast a vote.
All right, Bloomberg's Anna Edgerton in North Carolina. Thank you so much. And as we spend our time looking at these 7 battleground states that ultimately could decide this election and how everything will shake out, we want to add the voice now of Laura Brown, political scientist and author of the book Amateur Hour, Presidential Character in the Question of Leadership. She is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Laura, as we look at the battlegrounds in particular, I think over the weekend, everyone was struck by a poll not in one of the swing states. It was the Des Moines Register poll in Iowa that showed Kamala Harris up by 3 points. Obviously, it's an outlier, but it does reveal some things demographically about women and senior women in particular. And I wonder what it makes you think about whether or not Kamala Harris is seeing a last-minute surge in momentum.
Well, I do think that there is a last-minute surge toward Harris, but I think that this is a surge that has actually been underreported for much of this campaign, because so much of what is happening is about the overturning of Roe versus Wade and the Dobbs decision that has forced many women to reconsider not only their presidential votes, but also their partisanship. And this is where there are fascinating numbers when you look at both the Seltzer poll and the early vote data.
Well, interesting if we can add another poll to this conversation, Laura, and that's New York Times, Siena College. They're out with their last blast of the cycle, and it dropped this morning. Really interesting here. Not only are things tied up, we know that in the swing states, but the early vote is giving us a sense maybe of the direction that things are going in the late hours here. Signs that late deciders are breaking for Harris. Among the 8% of voters who said they had only recently decided on their vote, she wins 55% to Trump's 44%. How seriously are you taking these numbers?
Well, I take them seriously because when you look at the overall early vote data, we don't know who is actually voting for whom, but what we do know is who is turning out. And who's turning out are white women who are older, and many of them in suburbs, because when you look at that data, you do see that there is a gender gap, you do see that it's suburban voters, and you do see that it's more senior voters than not. And I think that this is going to be important as we play this forward. It's also particularly interesting when you think about Iowa, which had a sort of reversal or a lockdown with regard to abortion in the immediate aftermath of the decision. And then you take a look at some of those southern states where Harris and the Democrats are even competing at the Senate level. Those in some ways look not like as uncertain as what we're actually seeing in Pennsylvania, where abortion has been protected.
Well, so as we consider that, Laura, and in the states in which there is abortion on the ballot in this cycle, along with the presidential or down ballot candidates, whatever it is, including states like Florida, for example, and I wonder if that's where you will be watching for surprises, is areas where there are these other measures on the ballot aside from just the candidates themselves. I could add marijuana to that list or any number of others.
Yes, but I agree with you. I do think that if there are surprises that happen, they're going to happen in states that have already placed inordinate restrictions on abortion, and women are already faced with the health care consequences of those decisions.
I want to ask you a little bit more about the undecided voter, Lara Brown, because I'm not sure who this person is. We still haven't met them. We keep talking about them, and I know we're fighting over a very narrow slice of pie here, but that Siena poll I mentioned found 11% of voters remain undecided or persuadable. That number's down from 16% about a month ago. Who are these people? What is making up this rare breed?
Well, I would argue that many of these undeciders are people who actually were what we called the double haters, right? They are people who likely voted for Trump at one point in 2020, maybe reversed themselves and voted for Biden. And now what they're uncomfortable with is they didn't like either choice they had. Harris has been able to turn the page and offer them a sense of change, but many of them are not yet sold because she is part of the current administration. So I think their choice is really, are they going to sort of side with who they did last time, which was the Democrats, or are they going to just skip voting altogether?
Or perhaps pick another choice, which may appear on the ballot in some of these states. Lara, we were just hearing from our very own Romaine Bostic about the movement toward Jill Stein within some of the population in Michigan, but RFK Jr. is also going to be on the ballot in Michigan. The court decided so, and I wonder what impact you think that will have.
I think many of those voters are going to decide it may not be worth it to turn out because they know that in this election in particular, third-party candidates are not generating a significant amount of support, and most voters on Election Day ask themselves if they are comfortable wasting their vote. So I do think we're going to see very little actual vote share at the end of the day for these third-party candidates.
A lot of questions, Laura, about ticket splitting, and I know I get some eye rolls when I ask experts about this, but the fact is all the Democratic candidates for Senate in the races that we're watching are outperforming Kamala Harris in those cycles, echoed again today in that Siena poll. Will ticket splitting be a phenomenon in states beyond Arizona?
Well, I think we are going to see it in some states. I would be surprised if it was, double digit or that it was more than sort of 4% of voters doing that. But there are some voters who say to themselves they'd like to have their incumbent be reelected, but they may have a desire for change at the top of the ticket. And that could, reverse as well. So we will see some splitting because many voters say to themselves, it's good to have divided government, even if all of our political science shows that that is a recipe for deadlock.
Well, yeah, markets might prefer a divided government as we consider our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and that does seem to be at this time what they are betting on. Lara, we've had a long conversation for the last several weeks, frankly, of how the markets seem to have much more conviction than we were seeing in the polls or than most political scientists like yourself were telling us about the odds of a Donald Trump victory. It does seem like some of those bets are getting pared back as we look at what is happening in treasuries, in the dollar, and some of the other Trump-oriented trades today. And I just wonder if this is now the market meeting what everybody knew, or if something else has emerged to get to where we started this conversation on the idea of momentum that actually suggests things are different on this Monday than they were just days ago.
Well, I think what is different is that this is the time when organization actually begins to show. So I think what we are seeing is that the Harris campaign has been organized. They've put substantial resources. They've had thousands of volunteers, and they have been door knocking in all of the battleground states. Former President Trump mostly outsourced that work to Elon Musk and to Charlie Kirk. And there are reports that neither of those efforts have been as successful or really as robust. So I think what we're seeing is the markets realizing that when the election sort of comes down to the wire, they may have made a bet more upon atmospherics rather than the data underneath.
All right, well, let's stick with this for a minute then, Laura, because I have to ask you not who's going to win the election, but when it might be called. There are a lot of concerns on Wall Street that we could go through several days of uncertainty, not unlike 4 years ago, and we know how much the markets love that. What's your take on the days after this election?
I actually think this is going to be called fairly quickly. And the reason why is because both Georgia and North Carolina are poised to count their ballots really before the end of, the late night, early morning on Wednesday, which really, at the end of the day, what that means is we'll be waiting for Pennsylvania. But when we have a sense of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, we're going to know about the rest of the states, and we'll have a strong sense of the Electoral College.
Really glad you could be with us on the eve of the election. Political scientist Lara Brown, we thank you, as always, for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It is on. There's no turning back, and we're here mobilized at World Headquarters in New York until we have a race call. More and more people joining us in the last week or so, I'd say, Kaylee, suggesting exactly what Lara Brown just said, that it's not going to be next weekend or weeks. It's going to be a couple of days.
Well, I think we're all holding out hope for that, keeping in mind that we are no longer in a pandemic as we were in 2020. So mail-in voting may not be as prevalent as it once was, and some of these states have had important rules changes to make this thing go faster.
77 million Americans voting. Our signature panel is with us here in New York as well. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on the way next on the fastest show in politics. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We are live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York for election week, and it is election eve. We are in the final stretch here, Joe, as the candidates make their final pitches to some of the critical swing states that could decide this thing, including Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Michigan. It is worth pointing out a lot of Americans have already made up their mind, with more than half of the electorate that voted in 2020 having already cast their ballot in this 2024 election.
That's a remarkable number, more than 77 million. And by the way, records seen in states in the opening days, including North Carolina, Georgia. North Carolina, especially after the damage left by Hurricane Helene, really confounding the experts who thought this would be a different story that we would be telling. Also confounding the experts and Selzer over the weekend. This poll out of Iowa is remarkable. As we listen to her conversation conversation earlier today on Bloomberg Radio with Tom Keene. This, of course, is a very important poll that we track. We talked about it a lot in the early states when we got to Iowa, of course. Des Moines Register Mediacom Iowa poll shows Kamala Harris leapfrogging Donald Trump, 47 to 44% in a state that nobody saw her winning.
Yeah, so it was fascinating to hear from Ann Seltzer herself on this earlier. Here's a bit of that conversation.
It was a shock, believe you me. When I went into the office after the first night of interviewing, no one would expect that Kamala Harris would have leapfrogged over Donald Trump into the lead. We had seen her move in the September poll from where we were measuring Joe Biden as the nominee back in June. And this is really just a continuation of that. She now leads by 3 points, I think. I don't have that number right in front of me, and you'd think I would have it indelled in my brain.
Exactly.
The point, yeah, 47-44, right?
So what's driving this strength for Vice President Harris?
And it's a continuation of what we saw in September, which is the difference between June and September were more people, dramatically more people, saying that they were likely to vote. That measurement would be, I'm going to definitely vote. If you just say probably, we don't count that. And that increase accounted for Kamala Harris's bump. So less than 1% of people went for Donald Trump when 13% went for Kamala Harris. And that was the difference between June. It was an 18-point gap in June, a 4-point gap in September. That continues with our October poll. In that, the demographics more likely than average to say they will definitely vote or that they've already voted are strong Harris demographics. It's women, it's college educated, it's younger people, it's older people as well. The incidence of voting, if you're age 64 and over, is like 94%. That's a really big number, and she does very well with older Iowans. In fact, she wins by 20 points with Iowa women, and just 14 go for Trump. The margin is 14 for Trump.
If you're joining
One thing to be crystal clear about the importance of older people is older women. Her ratio of win in women age 65 and over is 2 to 1.
Interesting.
That's a huge part of her success.
Ann Seltzer driving the conversation today on Bloomberg. And joining us now, our signature political panel. Who else would you want to bore into the data with? Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist, alongside Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University, Democratic strategist. They're both with us at World Headquarters in New York. Rick, Ann Seltzer said something important. Older women more likely to vote, moving the numbers in this poll. A lot of people wanted to cast this as an outlier. How about you?
Yeah, no, I believe in Ann the Oracle. I mean, she picked off Obama's win in 2008. Wow. She, was the only one who predicted Joni Ernst was going to be a senator. I mean, like, she is used to sticking her neck out. And in this case, she's seen something that is really counterintuitive because, basically, the older you get, the more likely it is you're going to vote Republican. And the Harris margins with white women under 30 are like 40%, right? It's huge, but they always diminish as you go up. The movement she picked up was white women over 65 were starting to move toward Kamala Harris, which is very unusual. They're coming right out of the Trump base. And if that continues, especially with non-college educated white women, that could be a real foretelling. But it's about the movement of those voters, not so much the ballot number. It doesn't necessarily mean Harris is going to win Iowa, but she is making up ground quickly with Donald Trump in that state.
So if it's about momentum, when we just spent the last several weeks talking about what felt like stalled momentum for Kamala Harris in a race that was tightening, Jeannie, does this signal to you some kind of 11th hour shift?
It does. I think we forget that Iowa, right next to Nebraska, it's one of the 10 states, Nebraska, that has abortion on the ballot. So arguably, these citizens in Iowa are being inundated with those messages. Ann is also talking about in the congressional races out there, where you see Democrats winning by double digits on the back of abortion. So I think part of this election is coming down to, who do you fear most? Do you fear Kamala Harris controlling the economy or Donald Trump controlling reproductive health? And given his closing, which has arguably been undisciplined, is probably the most generous way to say it, you may be seeing, or we may be seeing in these polls, people who say, you know what, the damage he may do is going to be more pronounced on abortion and liberty and freedom than hers as it pertains to the economy, which, except for that 12,000 jobs report on Friday, has been macroeconomically getting arguably better.
What do we think about the undecideds at this point? I mean, if you haven't figured this out yet, I don't know where you're living, but the new Siena poll today, 11% of voters remain undecided at this time. Those who have been early voting are apparently breaking for Harris. The 8% of voters who said they had only recently decided on their vote, she carries by 55% to Trump's 44%. What's happening behind the scenes right now?
Yeah, look, I mean, you want momentum at the end of the campaign.
Is that the definition?
Half the voting age population is going to cast their ballot, on election day. Even though we've had this record voting, you've still got half as much to still go. And so you definitely want to be peaking at this point. The question is, because you've had such a large cohort already vote, how much of that does she have to chisel away, create bigger margins on election day? Bigger margins than typically happen for Democrats on election day. Typically, election day, Republicans rule the roost. In this case, will she?
Well, I guess that's our question. And when we look at this early voting data coming in, and when we look at the early vote count in some of these states like North Carolina and Georgia, Joe and I have discussed this hour, more than 4 million people have already voted, 80% of the electorate that voted in 2020. To what extent does that signal higher turnout this time around potentially, or is that showing the demographic changes this country has experienced in the last 4 years since the last time we did this?
Yeah, I will just tell you, just in conversations with people, I am astonished by how many people, I would say 8 out of 10 people I talk to have voted already, I myself included. And so, it is astonishing. That said, I'm hesitant to draw from the early vote numbers, as astonishing as they are, because at this point until tomorrow, we really don't know. Does that mean that there's more people who are going to be getting out, or does that mean people are just getting out early? I don't think we know. And one thing I would say about Trump, and I think we need to be cautious about this, is the registration for Republicans is up in many states, including some of these swing states from 2020, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. So for all the sort of negative signs in the last 24, 48 hours for Donald Trump on the ground and elsewhere, those registration numbers matter, and get back to this early vote. And so I think we have to be really cautious about drawing conclusions just based on that early vote.
Down ballot, this poll finds some interesting effects, but all the Democratic candidates for Senator outperforming Kamala Harris right now. When you're going into an election with that kind of reverse coattails situation, Rick, who does that help?
Well, it rarely helps the top of the ticket. You really see it more likely that if the top of the ticket is running strong, it can help, the coattails can help down ticket candidates. You rarely see the top of the ticket, the presidential candidate, getting the same level of support as legislative candidates or vice versa, right? It's always going to be different. People have different priorities when they go into the polling booth, whether it's their congressman and what they're trying to get done in their community or where they see the direction of the country. The problem Kamala Harris has is she's carrying the burden of an extremely unpopular administration, and that suppresses the voters that she's going to get. So in order for her to win, she would be doing much better if she was just getting the base Democratic vote, which she won't get, but it doesn't mean she can't be the elected president by November, by tomorrow.
Well, Jeannie, we just have a minute left here, but when you consider this split ticket idea, is it more likely that all the states are going to go one way, whatever party wins the presidency also gets the Senate, or that there will be some expectation-defying results?
Yeah, I mean, historically, we say that the House and the White House move together. And so I would normally say they will go together and that the Republicans will take the Senate because the map looks so much better for them. But every time I turn around, as we have sat here for a year and a half, this election has defied all odds. So I'm hesitant to say, but I think at this point, Republicans really look strong as it pertains to the Senate. And that means divided government. And that means, guess what? Really really hard to get critical things done in this country, and we are back to square one where people are frustrated again.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, thank you so much. And we'll have more from our signature panel in the next hour of Balance of Power and, of course, throughout the week. But as Jeannie mentions divided government, that's an idea that the markets might like. We know they're watching this election in anticipation. So for more on that, let's bring in Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. Abigail, happy election eve. What are we seeing?
We're seeing the markets really reflecting the tension around this very, very close election. Earlier today, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ had been slightly higher. Then not so long ago, down more than 0.5%. Right now, down just about 0.2%. This type of churn really reflects the uncertainty, investors being nervous around the election. What will it mean for the economy? Of course, there's also a Fed decision ahead. The reason stocks were down, though, not so long ago, that had to do with some weakness, still does, with some weakness in technology, such as Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. Some of this could have to do with the mixed earnings that we've seen out of big tech, but this could also be a nod in the direction of the former president, because of course there's an expectation that if he were elected that might be bad for these companies. But you know, the bottom line is here right now, the predicted odds, they are basically spread by 1%. Super, super close election with VP Harris at 54%, Donald Trump at 53%.
Well, that's saying a lot here as we look at stock prices, but also commodities. To what extent are oil prices keying off this election?
So oil right now at this moment up just a little bit. To the degree that that reflects, I should say, the election, it would suggest that the economy is doing okay. It may also suggest that markets don't think that Donald Trump will be reelected, or the idea of those tariffs. However, what I would point us to are some other asset classes. We have bonds rallying, which means yields are down. We also have that peso higher versus the dollar. Bitcoin's lower. All of this is a bit of a reversal, of course, of the Trump trade. The Trump trade has been very strong into the last couple of days. Now we're seeing some selling pressure. I think that the number one message, though, has to do with that VIX that we've been watching for months. Right now, very elevated at a 22, telling you that investors are ready for anything, that they think that the reaction out of this election could potentially be a volatile one.
Abigail, thank you for being with us. As always, looking at the markets as we talk politics, they have a lot in common right now. Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. We'll talk more in our second hour with Abigail about the way investors are trying to seize on the looming volatility to make money no matter what happens. And coming up, we'll spend some time with Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss. The Democrat will be with us on the eve of this election. Talk about his support for the Harris campaign and what might come next. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Special coverage of the election on the eve on Bloomberg TV and radio.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that it travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
Join me each
week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In 2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up like the speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. In the meantime, some people who care about this issue are really out, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? Do we find, what new ideas haven't we found yet? How do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the costs of these things down? How do we collaborate on a global basis? So we're still not at the point where it's guaranteed or even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew, live from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York on Election Eve. Tomorrow is the day after, a year and a half of run-up following the campaign trail, not just at the presidential level, where this race remains, as we've told you, frequently neck and neck between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but also with Congress up for grabs. Yes. 34 Senate seats and all 435 House seats will be decided in tomorrow's vote.
Not all of them worth watching. In fact, it gets to be pretty narrow when you start looking at the races that are actually contested, that we're going to spend time on in the throes of our special coverage tomorrow night. Part of our mission here at Balance of Power is to bring you news as it breaks, to arm you with the best information that you can have to make a decision in this election. It's also to help you watch this tomorrow night, know what to be looking at. Bloomberg's Megan Scully joins us from Washington to help us on that front, taking a look at some of the down ballot key House and Senate races to watch tomorrow. And Megan, it's great to have you with us today on Bloomberg. Happy Election Eve. Let's start with the Senate, because we can get our arms around this a bit easier, and we will likely know a bit sooner than the House. Democrats have a very difficult map, and the conventional wisdom is that we'll see an historic flipping to opposite parties in both houses. Megan, is that how you see it?
That is what it seems to be. Although, you know, particularly after this weekend's poll in Iowa that caught us a lot, many of us by surprise, showing Harris ahead. I am not willing to say anything definitively at this point. But yes, it does seem the map has always been, the Senate map has always been in Republicans' favor. Democrats are defending a lot of seats in states that Trump has won, particularly in Montana, where he's supposed to win by double digits, and you have John Tester trying to hold on there.
Well, and the Tester seat, as well as the West Virginia seat that is very likely to flip Republican because Joe Manchin is retiring, are really the only two pickups Republicans would need to take control and become the majority. But how much does the size of the majority ultimately matter, Megan? Not just in the Senate, but the House as well.
Sure. Well, in the Senate, you know, you need 60 votes to do most legislation. In a unified government, though, Democrats can get, or either party could get things through under what's called a reconciliation process. We saw that with the Biden climate law during his first 2 years in office. But without that 60-vote majority, it gets things get a little tricky, and we haven't seen that since the Obama administration. So the size of the majority, you know, parties always want more, but short of 60, you know, it does get things. It is complicated to get things done. In the House, it looks like whoever wins that majority will be a narrow one as well. It's only going to take 4 seats, 4 nationwide seats for Democrats to take the majority in the House, and it's looking pretty favorable for them at this moment.
Let's talk about the House a bit more specifically. This is a beast to cover, Megan. You're going to be and your team knee-deep in all of this tomorrow night. The fact is, as we mentioned, not all these seats are up for grabs or contested, at least. When we look at the way this will play out tomorrow, we might well have to wait for, and I'm assuming that you would agree, California to come to fruition before we actually know which party controls the House. The big states of New York and California will have more to do with this than the swing states, for instance, that we're watching for president and Senate.
Absolutely. So it's interesting. When you look at the House, you're really looking at about 1/10 of the races that are competitive. And if you're looking at it sort of from East Coast to West Coast, we'll know early in the evening. We'll get some kind of sense as to which direction this is going, or if it remains a toss-up. With the polls coming out of New York, there are also competitive races in North Carolina and in Virginia. So that will give us an early indication. What I'm going to be watching really closely tomorrow night, though, is the heartland. There are 2 House races in Iowa that look very good for Democrats. And then there is that blue dot district in Omaha that Democrats are also seeking to flip. That could signal kind of which way this is going. Of course, we won't know anything for sure, most likely, until much later in the evening, or perhaps days later. It did take a few days in 2022 to call the House. So, you know, but I think that there might be a moment there, sort of late in the evening after those polls close in Iowa and Nebraska.
Well, and then there's California to consider, which I think, Megan, is why we have to warn our audience about how long it could take for ultimately the total tally of the House to come together. Just can you tell us quickly why California takes so long, aside from its geographic location, polls closing later in the evening?
Polls close later. It is there are 5 seats there. They tend to count slowly. We're expecting turnout to be very high. They don't count the early vote before election night. So all of this is going to just drag this out even longer. And I hate to tell you guys, but we might not even know until Alaska comes in because there is a very competitive race there, Mary Peltola's seat. So we'll see which way that one goes. So it's going to be a long night, and it could potentially extend into Wednesday or Thursday before we even know the House. As Joe said at the beginning, I think the most likely thing we will know Wednesday or Tuesday night, and this is by far a guarantee, but is control of the Senate.
All right, Megan Scully's message: buckle up for the long haul. Thank you so much joining us from Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios, and joining us us now from Massachusetts is a member of the House of Representatives. Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss is with us. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Congressman, happy election eve. It does feel like almost no one is willing to say anything with conviction at this point, but how are you feeling about becoming a member of the majority?
Confident. I think Democrats are going to take back the House. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Neither party would claim that at this point because of how polarized the country is right now. But I do think that Republicans' dysfunction in the 118th Congress, in which they had multiple rounds of infighting over their speaker choice, in which they brought the country to the verge of a debt default, in which they had to be really bullied into funding our allies, I think is going to speak to the swing voter in those 24 seats that are going to decide the majority, and it's going to give Hakeem Jeffries the gavel.
What do you make of the conventional wisdom in Washington? And we've been hearing this for months and months, Congressman, that the House turns Democratic and the Senate turns Republican. As we talk to the investment community here every day on Bloomberg, there's the old Wall Street saying, gridlock is good. And there does seem to be a preference to have a split Congress regardless of who wins the White House. How would you respond to those people?
I think those individuals are under-indexing to how deranged a second term of Donald Trump would be. Too many individuals are assuming that the same antibodies in the buddy politic would be there in the second term as were there in the first term, but those antibodies have been depleted. The Republican Party is full-on MAGA, and unfortunately we have seen the Supreme Court with its official immunity ruling. We have seen the state parties all supplicate themselves to his whims. And those individuals who are in the White House in term one, people like Jim Mattis, people like John Kelly, even someone like John Bolton, they're not going to be invited back to term two. It's going to be Trump and his two sons making decisions that are in the interests of their own businesses and of their own family fiefdom, not in the interests of the rule of law or the American people. And I think too few on Wall Street are understanding how bad for their business the degradation of the rule of law will be.
But has Kamala Harris, Congressman, made enough of an argument that she wouldn't be bad for business, that she might actually be good for it? Because the prevailing thinking on Wall Street is Trump means lower taxes and higher profits.
Yeah, so first of all, that's not true, because Donald Trump wants to put in place tariffs that would cost the average American family at least $4,000 a year and would radically increase the cost of inputs for most American businesses. Tariff is an anti-growth economic agenda in the way that he is describing it. Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party wants to be driving towards an economy that works like Legos, not Monopoly. We want an economy that builds things. I'd like us to put forward an audacious agenda for 10 million units of housing, 1,000 nuclear power plants, building more ships than the entire Chinese Navy, starting more small businesses than the rest of the world combined. We want to be an economy that builds things and does things, not an economy of middlemen. And I think Wall Street, I think Main Street can get behind that vision, whereas Donald Trump is there to cross off names on his enemies list.
Congressman, more than 77 million Americans have already voted. How do you read into that number? What does it mean for tomorrow night?
I don't read into that number at all, actually. I think any prognostication based on the early voting is very subject to confirmation bias. The only takeaway I have from that is that, thankfully, most Americans have ignored Donald Trump's lies about early voting from 2020, and they have recognized that our election system, when it's not being interfered with by MAGA election deniers, is robust, is free, and is fair.
Congressman, I'd like to ask you as well about what we've heard from the current Speaker of the House within the last week. Two suggestions about repealing legislation. At first, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and then just days ago, a suggestion that the CHIPS Act passed during this administration would be repealed. He then clarified that he didn't understand the question he was asked, and instead what he wants to do is streamline the legislation. And I wonder if you buy that clarification or if you really think that might be on the agenda.
I think digging into specific policy details is missing the forest for the trees, because the core agenda of the House Republican Party is not actually any specific policy outcome in healthcare, in semiconductor manufacturing, in education. It's nihilistic. Unfortunately, Speaker Johnson is subject to the whims of about a dozen members of his conference who simply don't want to govern at all. He's got a conference of like the Joker from The Dark Knight. They just want to watch the world burn. And again, I think too many on Wall Street are thinking, oh, that means gridlock, and that means that there won't be any threats to our short-term business interests. It's just a very myopic way of looking at Washington. What they should be seeking are guardrails to protect the rule of law and a positive governing philosophy that actually wants to build out the productive capability of our economy rather than bringing us to the edge of a debt default every single cycle.
Kayleigh mentioned taxes, and of course we're going to have, no matter who wins, a grand debate about what to do with the expiration of the Trump-era tax cuts, the 2017 tax cuts. If it is Donald Trump, what would a Democratic-led House do on that front? Would it get out of the Ways and Means Committee? How do you see that playing out? Because a decision will need to be made next year.
I'm not going to speak for Richie Neal or the Ways and Means Committee. I will say that the first order of business, should the worst happen if Donald Trump be elected, is going to be to protect the Constitution of the United States, because he will not, Speaker Johnson will not, Republicans in general will not. So before we even talk about taxes, we're going to be talking about the institutions of our democracy and how we safeguard them. But in general, we have seen some indications of where there is bipartisan consensus on taxes. I'll give you two examples. One is the child tax credit. You know, Mitt Romney has put forward ideas. Obviously, Democrats are galvanized behind making fully refundable and expanding the child tax credit. That puts money directly in the pockets of working families. And then number two is fixing the R&D tax credit issue from the Trump bill in 2017 and allowing businesses to amortize those R&D tax credits over 5 years at least. That's a pro-growth policy. I think both parties can get behind it, especially if paired with a child tax credit.
Congressman, thank you for the time. Jake Auchincloss joining us from his state of Massachusetts. It's good to see you, and welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Kayleigh, less than, well, a little over, I should say, 24 hours from now, polls will be closing. We're going to be looking at results here. This preamble that has been a year and a half long is about to end.
Yeah, which is wild to consider. In some ways, this election feels like it has lasted for way longer than a year and a half, given everything that has changed over the course of this cycle, including the candidate at the top of the Democratic ticket. What was Joe Biden just months ago, now, of course, Kamala Harris, who is neck and neck with Donald Trump in many polls. And it's interesting as we consider how close the polls have been. That has not been the case when you look at betting markets and how markets have been pricing this election. They're starting to come together a bit more today, and maybe there is some rethinking of the odds of a Donald Trump victory on the eve of this election.
Yeah, of course, we've spent about a year with our own poll in consultation and partnership with Morning Consult. This is an October to October exercise. We just had our last drop, and we're going to talk about the ground that we have covered. The longest campaign of our lives, followed by the shortest campaign of our lives. In the case of Kamala Harris, Eli Oakley of Morning Consult will be with us. Kayleigh will also sit down with Mick Mulvaney, the former acting White House chief of staff, of course, in the Trump administration, who should have some interesting thoughts today.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. And of course, we'll also check in with our Bloomberg team that has scattered about the swing states, including what's going on the ground in Georgia, as well as Texas, where we're watching one of those critical Senate races.
Yeah.
And where abortion could be a featured issue, as we've been discussing with our guests for this first hour of Balance of Power. But we have another hour to go on the other side of this break, and of course, many hours to go as we work through election week here. So stick with us. I'm Kayleigh Lyons alongside Joe Matthew, live from New York on Bloomberg TV and radio.
fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure, it's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race,
let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York City to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. It is election eve. It all comes down to tomorrow, November 5th, when millions of Americans, those who haven't already cast their ballots, will do so to decide not just the presidency, but ultimately the balance of the House and Senate. It is the last day for all of those candidates on the ballot, Joe, on the campaign trail. And we know Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will be at work in some of those swing states in this final 24 hours of the race.
Out in force, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the states that you would certainly expect. This is the real closing argument here. With just about 30 hours until polls start closing, we'll be talking about results around this time tomorrow or a little bit later in our special coverage, knowing that some 77 million people have already voted. And there are a lot of questions about what that might indicate for total turnout. We won't spend time on D's and R's because we don't get that much information from the early vote. Yeah. But this is an activated electorate, topping expectations, Kaylee, even in states like North Carolina.
Yeah, including the western part of the state, which was, of course, severely damaged by Hurricane Helene. You are seeing high turnout in some states, including North Carolina, Georgia as well. 80% of the total electorate that cast a vote in 2020 has already done so, at least when we're comparing sizes here, which does point to the fact that while candidates are still trying to make their closing argument, try to eke out those final votes that may fall in their favor in this final day of the campaign, many minds have already been made up.
That's for sure, and we've got new numbers on that, as a matter of fact. We'll talk a little bit later on about the polls that have dropped in the last 24 to 48 hours, and we'll look more at where the candidates will be tomorrow. Kamala Harris expected to be in Washington, D.C. Joining us now from Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in the nation's capital is Bloomberg's Skylar Woodhouse. Skylar, thanks for joining us. What does the Harris campaign have planned?
Harris will be at her alma mater, Howard University here in Washington, D.C. You know, it's a very significant place for Harris, as this is where she, went to school. She came out east from the West Coast in California. So for Vice President Kamala Harris, being here at Howard is a really big deal. Now, as for the day tomorrow leading up to polls closing, we're still trying to nail down those exact details to what she will be doing. She will be in Pennsylvania all day today, coming back to D.C. late tonight, early this morning. So tomorrow, I think she's just going to be watching the poll, watching the votes come in, talking with her campaign staff, talking with her advisors to see how things are moving. Now, they have been on the road nonstop, both candidates, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. But here in D.C., Harris will most likely be at her residence at the Naval Observatory and then make her way over to Howard University for the election night festivities.
All right, well, we're looking forward to the events of tomorrow. Bloomberg's Skylar Woodhouse will be covering them for us. Thank you so much. And as we consider the final stretch here, the candidates are really focusing their messages, Skylar was just alluding to, on the swing states, including Pennsylvania and Michigan, but also an important one of Georgia. And joining us now in Atlanta is Bloomberg's Brett Poley. So, Brett, Joe and I were just talking about the already incredible early voting we have seen in Georgia. What's it feel like on the ground?
Well, no, you're absolutely right. This morning, earlier today, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, did hold a press conference to talk about just that. The amazing turnout, over 4 million people have voted early. He took the occasion to tout his office's work and say that it means that people are able to vote early in Georgia. And he says that he expects another 1.1 million people to vote tomorrow. You know, the early turnout has been so strong that some people say that polling places may be relatively quiet tomorrow compared to earlier years. But, we're about, maybe 17 hours away, certainly less than 18 before the polls open and before the vote counting begins. The candidates wrapped up here over the weekend. Former President Trump was in Macon, Georgia last night, and Vice President Harris was in Atlanta on Saturday for a sort of star-studded rally. And now it's kind of like all is quiet on the southern front until tomorrow.
Brett, we were down there 2 years ago with you to cover the special election that brought Raphael Warnock to the U.S. Senate. How has the narrative and the political tone shifted in that period of time, potentially in favor of Donald Trump, or are we picking up right where we left off after that election?
Well, it's difficult to tell how much it may have shifted in favor of the former president. One thing's for sure, it's been quite clear that both candidates have really been zooming in on an opportunity, I think, where men are concerned. And it's black men and white men. For the last, I'd say, probably 6 weeks, you cannot watch the Georgia Bulldogs football team. You cannot watch the resurging Atlanta Falcons without being absolutely bombarded with ads. And so I think that clearly they see some opportunity, I think, to peel off some voters from those areas.
Bloomberg's Brett Poley joining us from Atlanta. We thank you. I will say being in New York, Kaylee, right now has been quite an education in political advertising, just about every break with that House delegation fighting at every moment. Joining us now in Texas, we turn to our Dallas bureau chief. Bloomberg's Julie Fine is joining us now. Julie, this is your moment. We've been talking about this for months, and this Senate race does seem to be in play. What can you tell us about the future of Senator Ted Cruz's political career?
Well, I mean, Senator Ted Cruz says that he always runs like he's behind. He's not behind in this race, but in many polls, it is within the margin of error. What we're seeing here in Texas are lines. We saw lines last week and the week before, so we have that feeling that the turnout is going to be high. This is what you guys have to look at. There are more than 1.5 million new voters since Senator Cruz ran against Beto O'Rourke in 2018. Wow. And the difference in that race was 2.6. So again, it is an uphill battle for any Democrat in the state of Texas. None have won statewide office in the past 3 decades. But I can tell you that a lot of Democrats here are feeling, I don't want to go out and say confident, but I will say hopeful about this race.
Well, and I guess the question is what the issue is that is making them feel that way, or making Colin Allred a more serious contender against against Ted Cruz. Julie, is it abortion in Texas?
Abortion has been a cornerstone of his campaign. He has often appeared with women who are telling their personal stories when it comes to abortion and women's health care. Another thing you're seeing in this campaign is what I call the battle for Texas. Ted Cruz is running in Keep Texas, Texas. You've got Colin Allred talking about the state itself and the changes that we have seen here. So we now have to see what really sticks. Now, what's really interesting is today you've got Colin Allred doing a somewhat media blitz on the airwaves. He has barnstormed this past week, but he's really been in the cities. Ted Cruz, 3 events today. They are in the suburbs of the city. Cruz knows that he needs the suburbs to show up and show up big for him, and he needs to turn out his base.
All right, Bloomberg's Julie Fine, our Texas bureau chief, will be watching that race very closely, as she has been all cycle. Thank you so much. And as we consider the abortion issue in particular, Joe, this is one, as we've had these conversations here on Balance of Power frequently throughout this cycle, to what extent it may be a driver of turnout, given with everything we have seen in special elections, in the midterms, since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it does tend to be higher turnout votes when abortion is on the ballot and drive more women in particular to the polls. And women, of course, a group that Kamala Harris has consistently polled better on than Donald Trump.
We've seen that borne out in a number of states, including Kansas, if you remember, going through the midterms, the way this was impacting. It's kind of the unquantifiable issue, though. You know, we are seeing polling showing abortion right up there with the economy in some areas today. Siena, New York Times pointed that out. But the Ann Selzer poll also makes us wonder, is that what is motivating women over 65 in a state like Iowa? It's pretty remarkable to consider.
Yeah, women overall in Iowa, 20% more likely, or 20 points more likely for Harris than for Donald Trump. So for more on the polling we are seeing in this final stage of the race, joining us is Eli Yoakley from Morning Consult, where he is U.S. politics analyst. We, of course, have been working with Eli and the Morning Consult team here at Bloomberg for a year on our swing state poll that just came to a conclusion last month. Eli, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, a lot of people are looking at that Iowa poll as an outlier, but is there something revealing in the Iowa poll that you're also seeing in your own data?
Yeah, I mean, this is a close contest nationally and in these key states. I think the point that we saw in Iowa about women and older voters proves true. Kamala Harris is doing well with both of those groups nationally. Donald Trump's doing a little better with men. We'll see how this bears out. I think that a lot of people find it hard to believe that Kamala Harris would be able to pull off a victory in Iowa, but even movement against Trump there could suggest some negativity for his campaign in other states around there. Think about places like Wisconsin that are very white as well. Abortion's a big deal there, but we shouldn't forget that Trump's also been campaigning on raising tariffs on other countries that would probably spark some retaliatory efforts by other countries. That's something that would really weigh on farmers, be it when they go to buy a tractor or when they go to sell their goods. That might be weighing on people there just as much as some of these other issues.
So what are the chances, Eli, you do this for a living? This has been quite an experience for pollsters over the past year. We're struck by the consistency in your polling that has found this essentially a tied race ever since Kamala Harris got to the top of the ticket. If we're too close to call right now, likely something's going to break in one direction or the other. Will there be a reckoning? Either way, for the polling industry, for the way you look at the sample, for the people you're contacting following Tuesday night?
There's always a reckoning. We always get these questions after elections. You know, I think one of the big things that we are going to be looking at after the election is this debate over weighing by past vote choice. A lot of pollsters do, a lot of pollsters don't. Ann Selzer, I don't think, does, for example, in Iowa. Those kinds of questions, I think, are going to be asked by the industry. But hold your breath a little. Don't hold your breath on this, it's going to take a while to do a full accounting here after the election. It takes a while for all these states to get their ballots counted and to start doing those kinds of analysis. But, look, a lot of the numbers are in line across the map. Every pollster, I think, is finding a close election nationally. And in a lot of these key states, the differences are pretty marginal right now. That is what leads us all to say this is going to be a pretty close election, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Well, or the next day or the day after that, depending on how long it takes to actually tally all of this up. If it's as tight as all the polls suggest, it could take some time to actually count every vote. Eli, as we consider that, though, with the amount of early voting we have already seen, do you have any sense of ultimately what that is telling us about what turnout is likely to be? How many votes will there be to be counted that we're going to have to work our way through in the hours after poll closings?
Yeah. For example, in North Carolina, it's, I think, over half right now of the state's registered voter population has cast ballots. And by the way, it's higher in those places that got struck by the hurricanes earlier this year. I think it's somewhat hard to parse out. I think the early voting and the mail-in voting rules have changed. And 2020 was obviously a strange year for how this works. I think maybe this election will be a better benchmark looking ahead at how what you can extrapolate from those. But what we've noticed this in our data we've been collecting nationally is sort of a mode difference in terms of how you cast your ballot might be more predictive of who you're backing. I mean, early in-person voters are more likely to be supporting Donald Trump. Those casting their ballots by mail are more likely to be supporting Kamala Harris. I think that Trump might have a bit of an advantage on election day votes, and so that might add some time as we're trying to find results, just as some of these states are counting those mail-in ballots that may be more likely to be favoring Kamala Harris.
So, Eli, help us rationalize some of the numbers that we're seeing here on election eve. New York Times Siena says among the 8% of voters who said they had only recently decided their vote, I can't imagine what took so long, Harris wins 55% to 44%. We have 11% voters remaining undecided. But when you look at the big election models here, 538 has odds favoring Donald Trump, 53 to 47. Nate Silver has something close to that, 51% odds for a Trump win. The Hill, odds of a Trump win, 54%. The Economist has it as a coin flip. Why should the Harris administration be projecting optimism when you have numbers like these?
I mean, it's going to come down to who votes. And the Harris campaign had a big weekend knocking on thousands and thousands and thousands of doors in Pennsylvania. They've got a strong field operation. That means they're talking to people. A lot of that operation has been exported by the Trump campaign to other Republican actors. So the Harris campaign's optimism might be coming from what they're hearing on the ground from voters. Late breakers have had a chance to listen to a bit of an unfettered Donald Trump as he's become more Trumpy and less restrained in recent weeks. The kinds of information voters have been taking away about Kamala Harris, by the way, continues to be overwhelmingly positive, as it has throughout her campaign. The vibes are on her side. The question is just going to be who's casting ballots in all these very, very, very close contests.
Well, and we know that by and large, the vibes among women are on Kamala Harris' side. That doesn't remain the case, though, with men and young men in particular, Eli, who do tend to be lower propensity voters. Are we seeing signs, though, that they may actually be willing to show up in a way they haven't in past cycles this time around?
Yeah, I think we're seeing energy among young people. I think the challenge here is, Kamala Harris's numbers among young voters are just less than Joe Biden's were 4 years ago. And that is consistent nationally. It's a 5-point decline, I think. And then in some of these key states, the margins we're picking up in our final surveys in Arizona and Wisconsin are just far worse for a Democratic candidate among young people than you'd expect that to be. I don't know that they're turning anti-Democratic party entirely, but we've been picking up on an ideological shift among young voters for a few years now. They're not more likely to say they're liberal, but they are more likely to say they're moderate. And so that might be working in Republicans' favor in the long run.
Would love to know what your expectation is, Eli, on when we get a race call, at least for the top of the ticket. I know the House might be a little bit more complicated, but are you going to bed tomorrow night, waking up to find out on Wednesday, or are you staying up because we might know?
I'll go to bed. I bet it's close to. I'm going to be on Bloomberg on Wednesday morning. Look, I bet it's Thursday. I think that it'll happen this week a little sooner than it did back in 2020. That's my only prediction I'm going to make on Airwaves today.
So that's on Fed Day, Kaylee.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be
Bloomberg
something?
do when that happens at the same time?
That's a good question. We should talk to management. It's going to be a big day. A Fed decision, likely a 25 basis point rate cut, and then potentially a call if Eli Oakley is to be believed politics analyst, U.S. politics analyst at Morning Consult. Thanks, Eli, as always.
Thanks, Eli.
For joining us. The fact of the matter is, Joe, no one knows how long it will take to call, or for that matter, who can win. And anyone who is telling you those things with conviction right now might be a little overconfident.
That's why I'm not sure why we're hearing more and more people say this. Is it because there are fewer early votes than during the pandemic, therefore less counting after the fact? We've got a couple of states, including Pennsylvania, that do not start counting until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the ones that have been sitting on the shelf this whole time. Or is it just aspirational?
It may be a little bit of both, but there are new rules in some of these states, including the Sun Belt states in particular, that could speed up the count. It also becomes a question if whether or not a landslide would be what is needed to actually have an early call, if it's abundantly obvious who's winning because they're picking up more than the battleground states that they need.
Got a new poll, by the way, speaking of numbers, PBS News, NPR Marist. Donald Trump behind Kamala Harris. She leads 51% to 47%, margin of error 3.5%.
That's nationally.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit,
AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate, when your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons, broadcasting live this election week from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. It, of course, is the eve of the election, the final day on the campaign trail for both of the presidential candidates, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, who will be crisscrossing a number of swing states, at least in Donald Trump's case. Harris will be spending her day entirely, for the most part, in Pennsylvania after departing Michigan as they try to make their closing arguments to the very few undecided voters that may still be out there.
Yeah, the closing arguments have been interesting. The headlines painting a darker picture for Donald Trump. I'm not sure exactly how to characterize Kamala Harris. Kaylee is really interesting. She never mentioned his name in her speech last night. Trump did talk about her quite a bit, as well as the media covering that rally. Can we get a taste of what Donald Trump had to say last night? Here he is.
What we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much.
Speaking there in Pennsylvania, where the first attempted assassination, of course, happened in Butler.
Yeah, and that's not the only time we have heard Donald Trump suggest things around guns or shooting in recent days. He also, at one point, talked about former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney and how she would feel facing down the barrel of multiple weapons. That's something that Vice President Harris responded to earlier.
This must be disqualifying. Anyone who wants to be president of the United States who uses that kind of violent rhetoric is clearly disqualified and unqualified to be president. Representative Cheney is a true patriot who has shown extraordinary courage in putting country above party.
Let's assemble our signature panel for more on all of this. Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, alongside Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist. It's great to have both of you with us here. Rick, you had said a few days, if not weeks ago, I've lost track of time entirely in this campaign, these may be the worst ever closing arguments in the history of modern presidential politics. How are we doing today?
Yeah, I think that that would apply to maybe the last month. Yeah. So I think for Donald Trump, ever since the Madison Square Garden event, he's been sort of on a retribution tour, right? I mean, he is not reading his speeches. He's going negative at the rallies. He's got his grievances in full display. And his campaign staff are going overtime trying to clean up the messes that he's creating and try and keep it on kilter for the close. I would say, on the other hand, Harris has changed her spin. She has not been going negative on Trump, as you pointed out in the earlier segment, and has actually returned to a very positive, unifying message. Now, that is usually the message of someone winning a campaign. Let's go positive, fill in the blanks, show leadership, be presidential. Usually when you're doing the recrimination tour, you're losing and you're trying to use every minute to put some negatives on your opponent. I don't know if that's the case because all the polling data we see says it's dead even. So why they took the two different paths, I don't know. Maybe they're seeing something in their surveys.
Well, yeah, especially after spending weeks focusing on the threat to democracy, on Donald Trump being characterized as a fascist, going with darkness instead of the joy that they were all talking about at the beginning of her campaign. Jeannie, are we going to, when the results come in, whether it's tomorrow or in the days that follow, if she does not win the race, will that be why? Should she have ever gone negative in the first place?
I think it'll be, a lot of time for us to think about where she went wrong, and of course on the flip side for Donald Trump, if he did. And I think it's important to underscore how utterly irresponsible this is for Donald Trump. Not only is it a bad closing, historically bad, but we are talking at a time when you have election workers across the country fearful for violence. We have snipers on roofs, we have drones, we have 2 states have already called out the National Guard. We have the Arizona Secretary of State saying he's wearing a bulletproof vest because people are so worried about election security. And yet Donald Trump goes out this weekend and talks once again about shooting people. This time press, just a few days before, Liz Cheney, somebody who is his political opponent. It is utterly irresponsible, and it is mind-boggling to me just from a campaign perspective, because this is the nonsense that people don't like about Trump. If he could just stick to the economy and immigration, he would really, really have a good shot of winning this. But this is not the way to close.
A race too close to call. Kamala Harris doesn't even mention the name Donald Trump. Is that smart at this stage?
I think that it is what they've decided to do is, to Kaylee's point, get back to the joy if they can. I think she is feeling good. She's feeling confident. I think she's got to be very careful here, because there are also several signs that say this is good for Donald Trump. Just one of them is the increase in Republican voter registration across the country since 2020. So this is going to be tight all around. I would, say she can be cautiously optimistic, but it's anybody's game, as all of these polls we've been talking about tell us.
Well, and as we consider the increase in Republican registration, or the increase we've seen in Republicans voting early compared to 2020, Rick, Kamala Harris has been trying specifically to reach out to Republicans, hence why she's been campaigning with Liz Cheney, who was the subject of the remark that we were just discussing. Is that really the group that we need to be watching? People who may have been registered Republicans who would decide not for Trump versus others who would maybe just not participate?
Suffice it to say, there have been very few voters that have been considered up for grabs in this election. And both campaigns, I think, have actually done a good job of driving their own base vote throughout this campaign, right? So the concept has been get as many of our people out as we can to vote, and then pick up the, I wouldn't call them stragglers, but the more narrow band votes. For Kamala Harris, disaffected Republicans in these swing states could amount to as many as 20 or 30%, right? These are folks who voted for anybody but Donald Trump. And so I think it's a good strategy. And Donald Trump has been after, on his own part, disaffected minority voters within the Democratic caucus who believe that his economics are going to do better for them than a Harris administration. So both of them are trying to peel away pieces of their coalition in a way that could be decisive on Election Day.
Big celebrity bash tonight in the closing act, at least on the eve of the election for Kamala Harris. Do you guys see this? In Pittsburgh, Katy Perry, Philadelphia, my goodness, Lady Gaga, Fat Joe, Ricky Martin, The Roots, Freeway, DJ Jazzy Jeff for the old people. I could go on here. Oprah Winfrey will also speak in Philadelphia. Who's this helping?
It's all about momentum and getting excitement around getting the vote out. What's interesting is the Democrats have a new phenomena that they have to really deal with, which is they have to drive Election Day vote. Typically, they've got most of their vote in early, and they have some level of an advantage, and it's not as complicated. This time, as you've said, Republicans have done an amazing job of getting early vote to the point where it exceeds the Democratic early vote in 2020. And so now the Democrats have to rely on Election Day to be able to win an election, and that's something they're not used to doing. So yeah, maybe something like this that creates a lot of attention and excitement will remind voters, oh, I'm supposed to get out and vote.
It also raises the question, as we've been trying to remind our audience frequently, that it may take some time to figure this out, that there could be a mirage effect early, as we saw in 2020. If you think back to Pennsylvania at midnight, Trump was up, 13 points, at which point they were saying stop the count, obviously only for Joe Biden ultimately to win Pennsylvania. With the kind of numbers we are you're seeing, though, with early voting with Republicans, Jeannie, do you expect that mirage effect will show up in 2024, or should we not brace for it?
You know, I think we should brace for it because I don't think we know. And I am always cautious about using the early vote numbers at this point as indicative of anything. We don't have a huge history on a big early vote like this. We have some, but last time around, we were in the midst of a pandemic. So I think that is always something to keep in mind. So, you know, I also think people just have to remember the fact that, you know, we could get a lot of people who are concerned if they see a vote going one way or the other. And we want everybody to remember the entire vote has got to come in if it's going to be as close as the polls suggest before we take anything away from it.
When we talk about closing arguments, it's not just speeches, of course, it's ads. We've got these 2-minute ads running now, Rick. I don't know your thought on this. Harris, a 2-minute ad across the country, a 2-minute spot nationwide here that includes a clip of her rally at the Ellipse. I remember Barack Obama buying some pretty huge airtime in the closing stages of your race in 2008. Does this stuff help, or are we just spending the money we have left?
Yeah, I think with Obama, it was a victory lap. The polls were pretty clear, and the early vote was decidedly Democratic. And so I think that was just a thank you to his supporters. I mean, he's declaring victory ahead of Election Day, which is fair. I think in this case, when the election is so close, I really don't get it. Not as many people can see a 2-minute ad or a 60-second ad as who see a 30-second ad. And the ability to, to actually get a message out of a 2-minute ad is significantly less than a repeated effect of hearing a 30-second ad. We know that. That's, clear in the campaign technology. And yet the Harris campaign has been in love with these long format ads, and nobody within this sort of media community, Democrats I know, who think it's a good idea. They're pretty. They're really nice to watch.
They're expensive, too.
But if only the voters you have are watching them, what's the point?
Yeah.
Well, and it's an excellent reminder of how much money has been raised and spent this cycle. Literally, we're talking figures in the billions here. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, here with us for election week and on this election eve. Thank you so much. Now, on the subject of money, we want to get back to the markets and check in with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Abigail, with just one day to go, having had weeks, months to bet on a Trump trade versus a Harris trade, what trade is winning the day today?
Not a lot of action right now, Kaylee, interestingly enough. It's a neutral trade. It's a churn trade. Investors are treading water. Right now, that S&P 500 down about 0.1%, the NASDAQ 100 down less. This after stocks had been down even more. They had been higher. This is a long way of saying that markets are jittery. They're uncertain about who is going to win. They like certainty. They want to know whose policies are going to be put in place, especially around taxes and capital gains. What's really interesting, the Trump trade, after doing very well week after week, cooling off, all of this showing up in that VIX that we've been following, the volatility index, it's well above a 20. That's a way of saying that investors are betting on the idea that we don't know which way markets are going to go. And there's two ways that we could look at this. One would be that investors are buying vol to profit off of this uncertainty. I was speaking to Steve Sosnick, though, over at Interactive Brokers. He thinks this is hedging. He thinks that this is big investors. They need to hedge against the possibility of more uncertainty, and in particular, if this election is to be contested, which of course we don't know, but if that were to happen, that would be a big problem. And right now, VP Harris and the former president, Donald Trump, neck and neck on Predict It.
All right, Abigail, fascinating as always. Thanks for being with us. Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle, from the predictor market to the stock market to the crypto market, Kaylee. A former forte of yours is really, actually, we've seen an enormous amount of action in crypto as traders try to place bets on one direction or the other. It's become a real barometer of the mood here.
Yeah, and of course, the best thing about it is that it's constant. This isn't just like the regular markets that only trade weekdays within certain hours. Bitcoin is trading all the time, so it is a way, perhaps, that you can caption the live action as we're seeing just moves on the margin here in the final stretch of the race. Donald Trump, of course, having been vocally very accepting of crypto now, not so when he was actually in the White House, while Kamala Harris has not been quite as loud about her policy that she says would support, ultimately, innovation.
These are all the things we're going to be watching, not just tomorrow, Election Day, but in the days that follow as we wait for some conclusion. And coming up, we'll spend some time with former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and proactively, productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that is long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires.
There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry. It's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
After each day, do you look at how they're doing each day, or do you look at them each week, and how much time do you give them before you say, you know, you're not doing so well?
I mean, we look all the time. So, you know, I have screens on my desk that, you know, I'm staring at all day long. But it's not exactly like that. I think one of the things people don't fully appreciate in this model is you're really building businesses. So we look at every strategy as a business. So you have the long-short equity business, macro business, commodities business, quantitative business. And you have business plans for that strategy. How do you become world-class in that strategy, which is, you know, multi-year, multi-decade, you know, undertaking. And you want to get better and better every year. And so then you go down to the team level. What team do you need to have this particular exposure? What is their edge? How are they going to get better year to year, month to month, right? And so then you go to the hiring of the team, the analysts, the infrastructure, the risk management, and you're constantly trying to improve the process and the people in each of those facets all the time. And so you're always looking at them on an absolute basis, how are they doing, and on a relative basis to other people in that strategy, and you're evaluating it, you know, every quarter, every year. But to answer your question, we usually look for a couple years of performance to make people decisions, unless something is really off.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at World Headquarters in New York. It's great to have you here on the eve of the election. Kaylee, it's all about closing arguments right now, and interesting to see how the candidates are spending their time on this last full day of campaigning. Kamala Harris, Scranton, Allentown, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. She's covering essentially the entire state of Pennsylvania. Trump, Raleigh, North Carolina, then Reading, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Grand Rapids, Michigan at the end of the night. Not a mystery as to why.
No, I mean, Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral college votes could ultimately be what makes or breaks this presidential race for either of them. So no surprise to see that on their schedules today, in addition to some of the other battlegrounds that will be just as important to watch tomorrow on election night. And of course, on election night, Donald Trump will be in Florida, but he has a lot of stops to get through on this day before he heads back home. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is in West Palm Beach, Florida for us now. So Tyler, walk us through the schedule.
Yeah, hey, Kaylee, I'm here in front of the Palm Beach Convention Center where security is starting to heighten. You probably see over my shoulders the barricades going up, Secret Service doing their sweeps ahead of former President Donald Trump's election night watch party here tomorrow. But before he gets here, we know that he is hitting those key swing states that you just mentioned and pitching his closing argument to voters. And while he hasn't necessarily shied away from some of his more controversial rhetoric in the run-up to Election Day, he does appear to be crystallizing around what he is calling a simple question to voters, which is whether or not you are better off today than you were 4 years ago. He started his rally in Raleigh, North Carolina with that question earlier today, and all of his rallies over the weekend with that, in an apparent bid to tie Vice President Kamala Harris to the current administration that she is part of. Now, we actually get a little bit of an insight into this exact issue with our recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult polling, which asked voters whether or not they were better off today or 4 years ago when it comes to their personal finances. Of course, the economy, a top issue in this election and a top concern for voters despite some recent bright spots when it comes to economic indicators. Joe and Kaylee, the poll found that 51% of likely voters in the 7 battleground states say that their personal finances were better off 4 years ago under former President Trump. 36% say that they are better off today. It remains to be seen if that translates into votes and momentum for the former president.
Tyler, I want to hear more about Donald Trump's closing argument. The front pages this morning paint a picture of, in the case of the New York Times, specifically a dark and dour, I believe the words used by the paper, closing argument from Trump. But of course, he speaks for an hour, sometimes 2 hours on end. What is actually the closing argument to voters today? Beyond the bluster, beyond some of the crazier talk that we've heard, when it comes to policy, what does he want us to know?
Right, exactly. It goes back to this question about whether or not you are better off today than you were 4 years ago, trying to highlight the economy, which is repeatedly an issue that he pulls well on. It is also repeatedly an issue for some key voters that his campaign is trying to turn out. We know going into this election that there's going to be a gender divide, that Vice President Kamala Harris is pulling better when it comes to support from female voters. And his campaign is really trying to target a specific demographic that doesn't necessarily turn out in as big as numbers, and that is young men. But polling does show us that they are leaning more conservative, but that also they are particularly weary when it comes to their own economic outlook, two things that should, in theory, bode well for former President Trump. But that's going to be no easy task. Joe, exit polling from 2020 shows us that only about 4% of the Americans that voted in that election were men between the ages of 18 and 24.
And finally, Tyler, when we hear from Donald Trump in Florida, presumably at some point tomorrow night or in the wee hours of the morning, is there any sign that if he is not seen winning, if not enough races are called for him, that he'll be planning to make a concession speech?
Right, so we don't have that exact information yet, but it does appear that his rhetoric on the campaign trail leading up to today would suggest that he is getting ready to contest the election results if he does not win. It is important to remember that after the 2020 election, Trump and his allies filed more than 60 lawsuits challenging those results, and both sides of the aisle have been investing heavily to prepare for any potential litigation related to this. A recent Bloomberg News analysis found that since 2023, so far, at least 157 lawsuits have been filed relating to this election just in the run-up to the election. So this is clearly something that both sides of the aisle are gearing up for and getting ready as both early ballots come in, but then also the election day votes come in.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall will be leading our coverage from the ground tomorrow night in our special coverage live from West Palm. Tyler, thank you so much. For more on the Trump campaign's closing arguments and Republicans' chances of keeping control of the House, We're joined by someone who's worked on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, former acting White House Chief of Staff, co-founder of the House Freedom Caucus, Mick Mulvaney. He's with us from the nation's capital. And Mick, it's great to see you. I wonder how you would describe Donald Trump's closing arguments here. You saw that headline in the New York Times, dark and dour tones. Trump says he shouldn't have left the White House. He said as well in that same event he doesn't mind if reporters are shot at. This is the noise, Mick. Some people are offended by it, understandably. What's the part that counts, though, for voters trying to make up their minds?
Not much. I mean, if you haven't made up your mind right now, then you're not going to make up your mind. There was an interesting op-ed in the Wall Street Journal this weekend that said, look, if you're still undecided, please don't vote because it just means you're not able to make a decision. Don't cancel the decision of somebody who can actually think this through. I don't put much weight on closing arguments. I've seen the narrative, Joe, against Donald Trump. Then I go, I see the headlines, then I go actually watch the videos, and the headlines and the videos don't match.
So you don't think it's fair?
I don't think it's been accurate. I really don't. Look, as how I describe it to people, if there was a sort of concerted anti-Trump media effort over the course of the last 2 weeks, it would look just like this. I have no evidence that it is. I have nothing but circumstantial evidence. But face it, the headlines have been pretty horrible against him. He didn't say he wanted to shoot Liz Cheney or put her in front of a firing squad. He didn't say he wanted to physically hit Michelle Obama, which is the story that's going out today. I get it. But look, I don't think it makes any difference because there aren't any undecided voters left. I think it's just a question of whether or not the people who know how they want to vote are going to show up and vote. And that's why you're seeing this last-minute run into Pennsylvania, run into Michigan from all the campaigns, because they know that's where the election's going to be won and lost.
Well, there may not be many undecided voters left, Mick, but there are recently decided voters, if you believe the New York Times and Siena poll that looked at the battleground states. And it found that the 8% of voters that said they had only just made up their minds polled for Harris by a margin of 11 points, 55 to 44% for Trump. Do you believe that?
I'd have to see the actual polling to see. Do I think that there might be a bias against Trump in a New York Times poll? Yes, I do. But look, if they're right, then the election will be over on election evening, right? If it's that much of a break from the undecideds to Kamala Harris, then you'll know by 10 o'clock that night as to whether or not she had won. So the proof will be in the pudding. I just hope that if he does win, and I still think this is a coin toss election, there'll be some real scrutiny given to this media coverage in the last couple of weeks, because clearly it has been heavily anti-Trump.
We have spent a lot of time with Don Levy, who runs the Siena College survey operation that feeds the New York Times poll, about his methodology, and he's a pretty serious pollster for what it's worth, Mick. But I wonder just broadly, is there a reckoning for pollsters coming out of this election? This is going to have to break one way or the other here, isn't it?
It is. I mean, look, they've been under a great deal of pressure since 2016. Pollsters underpolled Barack Obama in 2012. They underpolled Trump in 16 and 20. Are they underpolling both of them today? You don't know, but here's a specific example. You look at the Iowa poll that got a lot of attention over the weekend. Oh, my goodness. They're tied in Iowa. 9% undecided? In the weekend before, it was 47 to 44. Last time I checked the math, that only adds up to 91%, which means that 9% in Iowa are supposedly undecided in the weekend of the election. That would be a national news story in and of itself if there were really that many undecided voters. So, but look, politicians like me complain about polls all the time. Every time we're winning, we love the polls. Every time we're losing, we hate the polls. The proof is obviously going to be in the pudding. But let's be honest with each other. The polling industry has had a difficult time properly polling Donald Trump several times over, and they may be having difficulty polling Kamala Harris right now as well. We'll know in about 48 hours.
Well, we'll see if that's true, Mick. We're all bracing ourselves for the potential for a long-haul vote tally here. But as we consider the fact that Donald Trump himself has thrown a lot of cold water on some of the polls that he is seeing, suggestions in these final stages of the race that he actually thinks he's winning by a lot, I wonder if you take that for bluster or if that may already be sowing the seeds of a contestation of the ultimate results when they come in.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have 2020 as a data point, you'd look at it and call it bluster, right? But how can you look at it like that after you've got 2020? Is he laying the foundation for challenging the outcome of the elections? By the way, I don't have a difficulty. Tyler did a nice piece on the lead-in about the number of lawsuits. I have no difficulty with lawsuits. I'm fine with lawsuits. Lawsuits are part of the American electoral process. They just are. There's a reason there are people in this world, in this country, who specialize in election law. We do this all of the time, and the more lawsuits you have, the more confidence you can have that the outcome is correct. You don't get to sit back and go, oh, it was stolen from me, and not present evidence. Either you present evidence as you win, as the Trump campaign has done a couple times already in Pennsylvania, and you lose, as they did, I think, pretty much every time in 2020. So to your point, you know, is he laying a foundation? Ordinarily, in a rational world, I'd say no, but with the 2020 in hindsight, you say, yeah, he's probably laying a foundation now for challenging the outcome in some fashion.
Well, with that said, I know you're sensitive to the markets, Mick. When you've got your eyes on Wall Street here and what might follow Tuesday night, what's your thought on how long it's going to take to call this race and the volatility that we could experience? A lot of investors are hedging themselves for both outcomes right now.
Yeah, I saw the VIX number. That doesn't surprise me. I always hate it when you guys give short shrift to the Russell, so because it's doing really well today.
Don't forget the small caps.
Let's go IWM. Give it to us, Mick.
That's exactly right. Look, I think it could take a while. I'm giving some speeches next week in Europe, and they're like, look, we want to talk about the outcome of the election. I'm like, you know, there's a really good chance we won't know the outcome of the election. But I know that's what everybody's saying. Let me focus on one thing that is not getting enough attention, I think, which is that the House of Representatives may take the longest to settle. I think the Senate you'll know on election night. The White House you might know late into the morning, maybe a day or two later. Arizona's going to take a long time to finish. If it's that close, it could take a week or so. But the House races, California is notoriously slow in reporting final results from House races. I remember 2010 when I got elected, I was having dinners here in January of 2011 with people who didn't know if they were staying or not. So I think the House race could take a lot longer, and that affects the markets almost as much as the White House, because we'll know if we've got divided government or unified government, depending on the outcome of the other two races.
So how would you be feeling right now if you're Speaker Johnson, Mick?
You know, both he and Hakeem are on a razor's edge. I know. I talked to some of my Democrat friends. I was in Miami last week with a group of Democrats, and they were really excited about the House, really not excited about the Senate, and starting to get excited about the White House. But then I look at some of the data. I see that Real Clear Politics just moved Virginia 10, which is a race nobody knows about. A guy named Mike Clancy moved from a lean Dem to a toss-up. That makes 3 toss-up races in the state of Virginia alone. My guess is it's why Trump probably spent a little time there over the weekend. The races, Kayleigh, they're so micro at the House level. There's so many local politics, so many local personalities. It's sort of hard to paint with a broad brush unless you have a wave election like you did in 2010. You don't have that here. So I think both Johnson and Hakeem are just absolutely nail-biting it down to the last minute. They're going to be probably a margin of 5 or 6 seats either way by the time it's over.
Then why is Washington so convinced we're going to have a split Congress? I'm of the mind that this might be why we haven't seen more volatility, or at least losses on Wall Street going into this contest, because it might not matter so much who the president is if you have a Democratic-run House and a Republican-run Senate.
Two reasons. Washington lives inside the Beltway and watches those same drives the same narratives we talked about in terms of the anti-Trump messaging out of the media. Wall Street has always been a miserable predictor of what happens in Washington, D.C. I keep telling my friends on Wall Street, asking somebody on Wall Street what's happening in D.C. is like asking somebody in D.C. what's happening on Wall Street, and nobody would be stupid enough to do that. So the bottom line is that not enough folks nearly get out into the real world. I drove from Raleigh, North Carolina to Charlotte this weekend through the back roads, and I got to tell you, I think you're going to see North Carolina go for Kamala Harris. I think Donald Trump is going to walk to Georgia, a win in Georgia, but may well lose North Carolina. That's a feel you get when you get out into the real world, talk to folks, and get out in New York and D.C.
Well, and of course, that's where we all find ourselves, Joe and I in New York, and Mick Mulvaney in D.C. We appreciate you joining us, former acting White House Chief of Staff during the Trump administration. We appreciate your time as we have much more coverage still ahead, of course, later today and throughout this election week. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern time on the late edition of Balance of Power, and we'll be joined by Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis and former Virginia Governor, the Republican, Jim Gilmore.
We'll hear from both sides, along with our signature panel, as we mentioned. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the week here in Washington as we bear down. New York. And make that in New York as well. Yes, that's where we are. We'll figure that out before we meet you back here at 5 p.m. on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
This can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city or transport of up to 20 people at a time. So this is gonna, the Robovan is what's gonna solve for high density. So if you want to take a sports team somewhere, or you're looking to really get the cost of travel down to, I don't know, 5-10 cents a mile, then you can use the Robovan. some people call it the rover van, but so yeah. You know, one of the things that we want to do, and we've seen this with the Cybertruck, is we want to change the look of the roads. You know, the future should look like the future. So, speaking of robots, so everything we've developed for our cars, the batteries, power electronics, the advanced motors, gearboxes, the software, the AI inference computer, it all actually applies to a humanoid robot. It's the same techniques. It's just a robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels. And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus. And as you can see, we started up with someone in a robot suit, sort of down, and then we've progressed dramatically year after year. So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you could have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. And I think at scale, you know, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000. Probably less than a car, is my prediction long term. Now, you know, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do? It'll basically do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks. Whatever you can think of, it will do.
To the Dow Jones Industrial Average, NVIDIA shares, they're up right now by just about 2.1%. Sherwin-Williams up by about 3.6%. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P lower, NASDAQ higher, Russell 2000 up now by about 0.8%. The S&P, to put it all in context, down by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. You're set up on this Monday, November 4th. All right, folks, we're just hours away, technically, from the election day in the U.S. As we know, though, a lot of voting has already happened.
76 million people and counting.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. It's records.
And me included.
Yeah.
You included.
Me too.
Yeah.
We're busy tomorrow, so we want to get this, you know. I got it done last weekend. You got it done over the weekend?
I got it done yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like the last day, but then I could do early voting in my state, and it was busy. It was an hour wait, and
the
polling folks said that it was like that from the beginning of the day, and it's been like that all 9 days of early voting.
Okay,
So
we'll see
it's
what
been
happens
busy.
tomorrow when the polls open for Election Day.
All right, so while every vote matters and turnout certainly matters, there are 7 battleground states that could go either way. And so that we've often heard, you have heard, we have reported on how they really kind of matter the most. Among that group, Pennsylvania, the most populous, stands out as the most likely state to determine who will be the next president, right? How many times have we heard that in our reporting or just conversations in this campaign season?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, and certainly where the candidates are spending their last 24 hours. Someone who knows a lot about what's happening on the ground in this year's race is Ted Mann, Bloomberg News money and influence reporter, who does join us from Philadelphia. First of all, Ted, just give us an idea of what things have been like in these last few days leading up to Election Day tomorrow in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Well, as you were both just saying, it's all the attention and the energy is here from the campaigns. They'll be doing other swings through other swing states and have been, but just between the candidates themselves and their surrogates and the money that they're pouring in for both advertisements and also on the ground, get out the vote operations, it's just been a deluge of activity. And you know, basically they're leaving it all in the field here, or they're trying to.
I do wonder about, too, the kind of interesting elements of this, whether it's union forces, whether it's Elon Musk, whether it is the ground game of people. You know, it's interesting. We're going to talk about this maybe a little bit later this hour, but Ted, how so many people are like, have you been polled? I haven't been polled. Who's been polled? I don't know anybody who's been polled. And yet, I do wonder about the door-to-door polling that happens. So tell us a little bit about, a little bit more color in terms of what you've been seeing in Pennsylvania, whether it is the on-the-ground teams going from door to door or the impact of Elon Musk on this state. Walk us through it.
Sure. I mean, I've been doing a bunch of reporting in Philadelphia itself because, particularly for the Democrats, the math to win Pennsylvania doesn't work without a giant margin of victory in Philadelphia because it is the biggest county in the state. It's very heavily Democratic. You've got to run up the score here to have a chance of winning the state. And for Harris, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the odds grow very slim very quickly. So the canvassers here, from working directly for the campaign, for unions, for affiliated parties like the Working Families Party, they've been pounding the pavement all over the city here, trying to drive up turnout, particularly in areas where Democrats have been a little less enthusiastic this time around. And there's so many teams out on the sidewalk, they literally are running into each other. And then they're also hitting doors and people are opening the door and they've already spoken to 4 or 5 other people in the last 6 weeks. And so there is a sort of fatigue that sets in. But it's also, they don't have any choice but to try to pull out as many of these voters as they possibly can.
I know it might be a little late to be asking this question, but certainly I think on Wednesday, if we do tomorrow get a Trump victory by the end of the day, which may or may not happen, a lot of people are going to be asking the question, should Kamala Harris have picked Josh Shapiro, the popular governor of Pennsylvania? Given your work on the ground in Pennsylvania, would her job there be easier, in your view, had she picked Shapiro?
I think it depends where you are. In the city, I don't think so. In the city, the job of the canvassers and the GOTV effort right now is really a momentum and enthusiasm game. And I think the people who would have pulled a lever for the ticket if Josh Shapiro was on it were already going to pull the lever for the ticket. I think he's probably a difference maker in some other parts of the state, some of the rural and ex-urban counties. He's proved he can win this state statewide. And so I do think that will inevitably be part of the discussion if she comes up short. But there are a lot of other factors too. It took a long time for Biden to drop out, and we saw a huge surge of enthusiasm, including here. But I do think there will be some sort of second guessing about whether it would have gone differently if they'd had a little more time to build her name recognition and her own operation here.
Ted, I also do wonder about the black vote, the Latino vote, right? Definitely coming off of the rally that Donald Trump held about a week ago here in New York City, and whether or not that's impacted things. What do we know on that front?
I was talking to a canvasser, the days are running together, sorry, I think this was Saturday, in West Philadelphia, a guy who lives in West Philadelphia. So he's not only canvassing as a member of Unite Here, the union, he's knocking doors of his own neighbors. And he told me 2 things, one of which was he was shocked at how many black voters he was talking to who said they were considering Trump. And at the same time, he told me that on more than one occasion at the door, he would pull up the clips of the MSG rally and play them for someone. And that in several cases, people said they were changing their minds about how to vote just based on what was said at that rally. So it's definitely having an effect.
That's pretty remarkable to hear. There's not a lot that it seems like really gets people to change their minds, especially this late in the game. So to hear that anecdotal evidence on the ground is certainly something, Ted. Hey, Ted, Elon Musk has been a constant presence over the last 3 or 4 weeks in the state of Pennsylvania. And we're going to be talking to Bill Allison in a few minutes about the money being spent. But what are you seeing on the ground in Pennsylvania as a result of all the money that Elon Musk has been spending in that Commonwealth?
Certainly he's spending the money. It's very uncertain what effect, if any, that's having here. There's a lot of skepticism among people who do canvassing and get out the vote about this kind of effort that he's put together, which is like fairly quickly put together, spend a lot of money, hire a lot of people to knock on doors. The people who swear by canvassing say it works if you've been building relationships over time. That if the very first time someone is meeting you at their front door, you're just there to ask for them to vote for somebody, that's a lot less effective than things like a traditional labor union organization canvass, where they would have been talking to you about your income and the cost of living and what you need in terms of jobs and your livelihood, and you have this sort of existing organic relationship. That's an ideal, and obviously that's hard to do no matter who's doing it, but there is some skepticism about whether simply hurling a bunch of money at the problem the way Musk has seemingly done is actually going to drive all that many votes. But we also don't know. I mean, the richest man in the world has never landed in a swing state and just dumped a bunch of money on it at the last minute the way Musk has, and we may find out that that's effective.
Right. It's been an unusual race, and we're still going to have to, kind of wait to see ultimately how it all plays out. One last question, Ted. If you were a betting man, are you anticipating that in terms of counting the Pennsylvania vote, it's going to take some time, at least a full day, so maybe it's Wednesday, Thursday, before we know in terms of the votes out of Pennsylvania, or what are you hearing?
I definitely don't want to make a prediction, but it took 4 days in 2020. But that was because there was COVID, and Democrats in particular went very heavily for mail balloting. So Philly alone, I think, counted 375,000 mail ballots, and that takes time because you've got to open the envelopes. There got to be witnesses to every step of the process. Here in Philly, the total number of mail ballots requested was over 200,000, and fewer than that have been returned. So it will be much more about an in-person vote, which should make it a little quicker. But it's clear that the officials here are bracing for it to go at least, late Wednesday, I think, would be seen as a success.
All right, good.
Thursday is certainly in the cards.
Some great guidance. Hey, Ted, thank you so much. And I know you'll get sleep maybe in December or later in November.
Hopefully mid-November.
Let's hope earlier. Ted Mann, Bloomberg News Money and Influence reporter, joining us from Philadelphia. All right, from the ground game to the money game we go, Tim.
Yeah, and the 11,000 political groups that have spent nearly $15 billion to influence the 2024 election. It brings us to a great deep dive into the money that runs the U.S. political systems. It's an interactive story. It's best read on the Bloomberg terminal or online, so I encourage everybody to do that. It's also, Carol, one story that's really important in understanding who's spending to support the process and the candidates.
You've been talking about this story a lot, and we talked about it a lot on our call this morning. Let's bring in Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter Bill Allison. He is in Washington. We should note that Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg News parent company Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies, has given money to several political groups, including House Majority PAC, Future Forward PAC, and Everytown for Gun Safety Victory Fund. All right, Bill, so let's get to your reporting. Great and informative deep dive into all the money in the 2024 election. Tell us how you went about reporting this story out, what you looked at, what you found out.
Well, first of all, it was wrangling this data was one of the hardest things we ever did, in part because committees give so much money to each other. I mean, there's, if you look at the main Senate super PACs that are spending tons of money in the Senate battlegrounds, there's a group called Win Senate, which is backing Democrats, but it's actually funded by the Senate Majority PAC, which is tied closely to Charles Schumer. So we basically, first thing we did was to try to get all of that double counting out of the numbers and really just focus on the money that was coming in and the money that was going out. And what we found is that, there's 100 committees that are really the most active, that are spending, close to a third of the money in this election. We've just seen blockbuster amounts of money being spent. It's most likely going to set the record. It's on track to set the record for the most expensive election ever, even more than 2020 when you had a hugely crowded Democratic field for the primaries and for the general election. It's just the amounts of money that are being spent are just staggering.
Yeah, $15 billion is just a mind-boggling number. I wonder, though, how we got here, Bill. Is this all a result of that 2010 Supreme Court Citizens United decision?
That's a big part of it, although even before Citizens United, after McCain-Feingold, which got rid of soft money to the parties, we had things like Swift Boat Vets, which was the group that went after John Kerry. We had, on the left, we had a bunch of different, they were called Section 527 organizations, and they basically ran negative ads without using the words vote for or vote against, which was fine under Citizens United. So, I think that the amount of money in politics, was always going to be, there's so much at stake in a federal election, whether it's, control of Congress, control of the House, the Senate, or the White House, that, interests just pour tons and tons of money in.
One of the things that I always think about, on a story like this, Bill, is, I think about, the final dollar amount. That's serious money. And we all see it in the, campaigns and ads that have been bombarding us. Having said that, I also think about influence. And I do wonder, in terms of where a lot or the bulk of the money came from, what were those entities? Were it, we know about Elon Musk, and we keep talking about the billionaires that are in the election. But Where did most of the money come from? Where is most of the influence coming from in this campaign?
Boy, that's, there's a huge base of small dollar donors that are giving, that are accounting for, billions of dollars of the amount of the total. And those folks really aren't, they're much more ideological givers. And I think at the upper end of the spectrum, too, and it's kind of funny, like you mentioned Elon Musk when you're talking to Ted Mann, he started as a very transactional giver. He gave to the Obama campaign, but relatively small amounts. For him, certainly, like $50,000, I think, was what he gave to the Obama Victory Fund in 2008. And he gave to politicians who could help his business interests, whether it was SpaceX or Tesla. And now he's become kind of much more of an ideological giver, the way he talks about politics. And I think you see this kind of across the board. We did the story earlier on Fairshake, the crypto super PAC.
Yeah.
And, it's supporting Democrats and Republicans based on where you stand on crypto. And one of the big donors to Fairshake was a big Democratic donor who got very angry when he found out that they were going against Sherrod Brown, because he says that Sherrod Brown has to win his seat to hold the Senate, and he stopped giving to the super PAC. And I think this kind of really shows how ideological and how Democrat versus Republican, and just kind of in the same way that the country is really starkly divided, donors are starkly divided between the visions for the country.
Bill, big money versus small money. What's the story there? Certainly the big money from folks like Elon Musk and the like get a lot of attention, but small money donations have powered the Trump campaign in the past. How did it do this year, and how did Harris's campaign do with small money donors?
Actually, Harris's campaign is doing better. I mean, with Trump, in the past, he got much more support from small dollar donors. Those giving less than $200 in aggregate for the election. Maybe, it's not just people. If you give like $10 21 times, you're an itemized donor. So he's gotten like a ton of support from people who didn't give very much in both 2016 and 2020, and much more from millionaires. This year, it's the millionaires, or people making donations of $1 million or more, because a lot of them are billionaires who are doing that. They're the ones who are really fueling his campaign. His outside money, there's about, I think it's close to $700 million that are in outside money going to super PACs, compared to about $350 million that he's raised for his campaign. So he's doing much better now with the wealthy donors than he is with the small dollar donors. Part of that might be inflation that's hit his donor base. And part of it might be that just, the appeal isn't the same. He's been hitting these people up, the same people, since he won the nomination in 2016.
Yeah.
And, you wonder if he's gone to the well one too many times.
Great stuff. Bill, thank you so much. Bill Allison, Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter, joining us there from Washington, D.C. Coming up next, from money and politics to politics and markets and what it all means or not. I've got to say, the most read story on the Bloomberg in the past 8 hours, Tim, Trump trade, doubts drag on dollar, boosting U.S. Treasuries.
Well, speaking of that, we got the Dow down 200 points right now, half a percentage point. The S&P 500 pretty much flat, while the NASDAQ composite in the green, just barely.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P lower. We've got NASDAQ higher right now. Bottom line here, stocks struggling for direction. S&P little change, down 3 now at 57.24, a decline of just under 0.1%. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average slumping 205 now, lower by 0.5%. NASDAQ holding on to a 6-point gain, little change there, but the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares climbing higher now by 0.7%. Stocks, as I mentioned, struggling for direction as polls continue to depict a tight race in the presidential election ahead of the Federal Reserve decision. 10-year 4.30%, the 2-year 4.17%. Spot gold little changed, up $1 the ounce, 27.37, and West Texas Intermediate crude now surging 2.7%. WTI 71.38 a barrel. Earnings news: Marriott International checking in with third quarter results that missed estimates. Marriott shares down 2.1%. Among rivals, Hilton down 1.4%. Hyatt shares down now by 1.4% as well. So again, recapping, Dow Jones Industrial Average lower now by just about 4 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, back to the campaign trail we go on this Monday, November 4th, the day before the actual election vote here in the United States, although, as we've been saying, a lot of voting already happening. Bloomberg News reporter Skylar Woodhouse is at Howard University in Washington, D.C. It is the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. She and her team will be watching the vote tomorrow evening from Howard University. Hey, Skylar, good to check in with you. Set the scene right now. Is it kind of quiet ahead of tomorrow's election results, or tell us what you've been seeing or hearing on the ground?
Here on campus at Howard University, it's rather quiet. I think right now what we're seeing is honestly mostly media, crew, press trying to, get their credentials and get organized for tomorrow night's festivities. We have a few Howard University students, roaming around, trying to get a sense of what's going on, asking questions. Is the cafeteria open? We're standing right next to one of the sports tracks. We're seeing people walking and running. So in a way, it is business as usual, but I think everyone around here knows that something very big is happening behind the gates just behind me as they prepare to set up for tomorrow night's election night festivities.
Not business as usual for Kamala Harris today because her campaign has been so short. There really is no usual. What's her plan on this final day of campaigning ahead of Election Day tomorrow?
Yeah, Vice President Kamala Harris is crisscrossing Pennsylvania today. She just spoke in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Her first stop among many in Pennsylvania. She will be heading to Allenstown, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, where she will just be crisscrossing the state to try and secure those final votes in the must-win battleground state. Pennsylvania holds the most electoral college votes among the swing states. So for each candidate, Pennsylvania is the key to returning to the White House. And I think for Vice President Kamala Harris, she knows that the state is in playful swing. They're really trying to connect with those white, uneducated, suburban voters, especially around topics like abortion, which have played such a key role in the campaign this year. So she is out there talking to union voters, trying to talk to with as many people as possible, so that way she can move the needle and get those votes.
So you've been on the campaign trail, as we know, with Kamala Harris. Some thoughts ahead of tomorrow's vote?
It is just so close. It is neck and neck. I think, we're seeing the polls. We're seeing the polls, and it is showing, Harris in some national polls is taking the lead a bit against Trump. But still, I think, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign, it's one of those things where polls have become you can't get but so confident. And I think, the campaigns are still playing that very carefully and not trying to jump for complete excitement just yet because it is still so close. And we are seeing very early voter turnout. So tomorrow, I think, candidates are expecting even more voters to come out into the polls. But it's still just going to be so close. And like we saw in 2020, we did not get an official race call until a few days after the election. So we could expect that to happen this year. There's still so much, that we don't know just yet. So it will be, watching to see how this goes.
It'll be interesting. We'll be looking forward to your reporting. Skylar Woodhouse, Bloomberg News reporter Skylar Woodhouse at Howard University in Washington, D.C., as we reminded everybody, the alma mater of the vice president, and that's where she and her team will be watching the vote and the results as they come in tomorrow evening.
Hey, we know investors certainly watching what's happening on the campaign trail very closely. We've heard a lot in the last couple of weeks from some of our investing in markets guests, how they and their clients are awaiting the election outcome before possibly making some investment decisions. We got with us Bloomberg's John Authers because he's been watching markets too, and the so-called Trump trade and the prediction markets. I got to tell you, Carol, you weren't here on Friday, but I was watching the prediction markets on Friday after our program ended, 5 o'clock, and they were moving very quickly away from this clear Trump victory over Harris. And I emailed John Authers. I was like, have you seen what's happening here? And sure enough, yeah, he'd been watching it too. We got John Authers with us. Also joining us, Bloomberg News Markets reporter Justina Lee. She writes about the election gambling facing its moment of truth. John, Justina, welcome to the program. Both of you writing about the prediction markets. Justina, I do want to start with you, though, because remind everyone what exactly we're talking about here. I think for a lot of people, this is the first election where they're hearing about this stuff.
Yeah, what's really interesting is just shortly before the start of this election, I mean, we had kind of a judge overturned this ban on a U.S. legal kind of exchange that is going to offer contracts on the election. And because of this, there's more attention on election betting than ever. And also, there's also this crypto exchange offshore that's been seeing really large volumes in kind of electoral betting. And I think because of this, there's been a lot of attention on those odds. And in particular, because over the past month, they've shown like a way higher probability for Trump than we're seeing in, forecast models like 538 or Nate Silver.
John, come on in on this. You've got a column out noting that the prediction markets are giving now Donald Trump a November surprise, not necessarily a good one.
Oh, not necessarily a good one for Trump at all. I mean, with prediction markets, you've always got to remember there is an issue with garbage in, garbage out. The Anzelser Iowa poll, at face value, if it's accurate, means Kamala Harris has won the election.
What does garbage in, garbage out mean?
It's a computer term. If the data you're putting into the prediction market is bad data, there's no reason to expect it to produce a good outcome.
So I get that. So with the prediction markets, does that mean sometimes there's good data coming in, sometimes there's not, or is?
I think it's true of any market that if you got bad data from Enron and you thought it was an absolutely fantastic company for a long time, and then you realized it wasn't.
Right.
And amazingly, I looked up yesterday, it was replaced in the S&P 500 by NVIDIA.
Wow. Okay. That's a fun little aside.
Yes.
Hey.
But that's by the by.
John, I think it might have been exactly a week ago you sat in this chair. You had written another column that talked about how the Trump trade was on, and it looked like it gave the former president about a 2/3 chance.
Yes.
Do you want to update that prediction ahead of tomorrow?
The current prediction is that it gives him. I'm inclined not to trust Polymarket as much as the others because there does seem to be an oddly determined positive gloss on the Republican chances. The others suggest that he still has a chance, a better chance than Kamala Harris, but it's a much narrower one, like 53, 54%. That sounds broadly accurate to me, simply because we don't know what the narratives are that are going to decide things. It's possible Madison Square Garden rally and everything around it really decided a lot of people that no, they weren't going to go vote for this guy. We don't know yet. We will know soon.
And if I recall, was it 2016 that you said that initially it was the markets in favor of Hillary?
Yes.
And obviously we know Donald Trump.
Exactly. Well, we also, and the markets were prediction markets were convinced in Britain that Brexit was not going to succeed in the referendum earlier that year, and that one wasn't right either. I mean, the other thing you've got to be very careful with in real markets with capital at stake. I did just check up the S&P E-mini futures were down more than 5%. In the immediate wake of the networks calling 2016 for Donald Trump.
I remember that. I remember watching it.
And they were up by the time the markets actually opened the following day. So there are some fairly clear things. You would imagine bond yields would go up a lot and that stocks would gain a lot with with a comfortable Trump victory tomorrow night, you don't necessarily assume that that will hold on for a terribly long time once people can begin to think about this without the uncertainty surrounding it.
Justina, polls versus, we've talked a lot about the polling. Bloomberg's been involved in polling. Polls versus prediction markets. What do investors in Wall Street respect as we go through this process?
Yeah, what's been really interesting lately is that we've seen a lot of sell-side strategists, in particular, citing the betting odds rather than the polls-based forecast. And I think one edge that the betting odds definitely have is that, as people trade, they can more quickly incorporate, every new drip of information or whatever kind of, the vibe shifts that might be a bit harder for a model to quantify. But I think that the flip side of that is that you can more easily have kind of a herding mentality, or maybe it's more easily affected by one-sided bets. Whereas I guess like the polls-based forecasts are more grounded on data, but you really need sort of the trends to be roughly similar to history for that polls-based forecast to really have any insight.
Oh, I love this. We've got a listener saying, can Americans bet on the winner? How does someone do it?
Yes. I mean, Justina can tell you more about it, but Kelsey can let you do it. We are in the Interactive Brokers studio, are we not?
We are.
You can, not that I'm necessarily saying you should, but you can bet on it on Interactive Brokers if you like. And Robinhood, thanks to the CFTC's loss in court, a number of people will let you do it legally, even without getting a VPN and pretending not to be American.
Well, that's why, Justina, in your story, you note that the prediction markets have entered the big leagues with the 2024 presidential vote. I mean, this is kind of a new territory for everyone, for investors, for betting, for the betting public here in America.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're seeing really large volumes, especially compared to before. And one thing that I think is really interesting is, when it comes to financial markets, we always think the more liquidity, the better. And so kind of by that logic, I mean, this year's odds should be especially informative. But at the same time, it's kind of funny because I spoke to an expert, on Friday, and he was saying, maybe pay attention to the smallest market of all, which is predicted. Because predicted kind of limits the sizes of your positions. And so you don't really get kind of any of these big whale trades that you get on poly market. And of course, that's kind of a really interesting question now, because predicted is the one platform that's giving even odds to the two candidates at this moment.
And it also, if you look back to the summer, predicted saw Kamala Harris coming a long way before the other prediction markets that were out there. It saw the chance that, I mean, presumably because often the academics who are betting on predicted are fairly well plugged in with Democratic politics, they got that Joe Biden was likely to have to stand down and that Kamala Harris would be nigh on unstoppable if he did to get the nomination, far before Polymarket did. So they're not dumb. The other thing that is, if you're trying to produce a prediction, i.e. if you're not hedging your bets, if you're not trying to make money, but you're looking for the public to get better of a good prediction, on Predicted, everybody, including students who are just finishing their PhDs, is worth as much as Elon Musk.
You guys, thank you so much. A great round the table on that. John Authors of Bloomberg Markets and Bloomberg Opinion, Justina Lee, markets reporter at Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average, S&P 500 Index. They are both lower. Right now we have got NASDAQ advancing higher by 10, little changed, up just under 1/10%. The S&P lower by 2 points, down less than 1/10%, while the Dow now lower by just about 0.5%. 10-year at 4.30% with a 2-year 4.17%. We've got gold up 0.1% higher by $3 the ounce, $27.39 now. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, $71.54 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks are struggling for direction. Bonds rose, the dollar fell as polls continue to depict a tight race in the presidential election. Among the names reporting today after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Palantir Technologies. That stock right now down 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. And of course, our focus is understandably so the election. We've been saying voting already underway. We know millions of voters have already voted.
More than 75 million.
I mean, I just get my head around that. Pretty significant. Charlie mentioning, the trade. We know that from a lot of our guests who follow the markets, invest for their clients, have kind of been pulling back lately, I feel like, and saying, we're going to just kind of wait and see what the outcome is to figure out whether or not there needs to be any kind of adjustment to strategy. We hear everything about, yep, we vote for the, we invest for the long term. But nonetheless, I do feel like, Tim, that over the last week and a half or so, couple of weeks, everybody just kind of holding off a little bit.
Well, there's a good reason to that, and that has to do with the makeup of the Senate and the House. Because
huge, right?
We know it's going to be one of two situations, at least for the president.
Mm-hmm.
We know it's going to be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, and we know what policies and policy proposals come along with that. But what they're actually able to get done
exactly
absolutely depends on the makeup of the House of Representatives and the Senate.
And listen, how many times have we said kind of ad nauseum that, investors like gridlock. They don't want any dramatic changes in policy, and so they want everything to kind of move smoothly. So that plays to what you were saying. Hey, and let's not forget, what a week. We're coming off of, earnings season, right? It's starting to, there's some numbers after the closing bell. We'll be breaking them down later on. But having said that, on Thursday we get a Fed decision.
Wait, a Thursday, you say?
Doesn't usually happen that way. It's usually a Fed Wednesday, whether it's a 1 or 2, or now they're all like 2-day meetings. But, so that's going to be interesting. We had some headlines earlier. Senator, I think Elizabeth Warren, was calling for a 0.5 point cut come this time around, coming off that jobs report. You were here, I was not, but I read in while I was away. I mean, it was a disappointing number.
Yeah, the average was basically around 100,000 jobs that economists thought would be added, economists surveyed by Bloomberg. What we got was just 12,000. And as a result, there are a lot of different reasons why we could look into that. Hurricane issues, the strikes that are happening, or the strikes that did happen during that time as well. But no question, I think it's fair to say that a lot of people thought, okay, well, this is a sign that the economy, Carol, is slowing a little bit.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so this is, kind of gets back to that debate, soft landing, no landing, or are we going to see some kind of recession? And we know when the labor market starts to unwind, things start to move pretty quickly. All right, so we are watching the markets. It does feel like we're marking some time. Let's do a quick check with Abigail Doolittle, who follows the markets for us here at Bloomberg. Abigail, I'm not surprised. I feel like a lot of market strategists have been saying for us over the last week or two that we're kind of holding off until we get the election outcome. But what are you seeing in today's trade?
Exactly that. We're basically treading water. Investors trying to figure out what's next. For weeks now, we've had very small moves for the most part for the S&P 500. There were a couple of exceptions last week on tech earnings where stocks sold off and made bigger moves. This is a sign of uncertainty. Investors don't know who's going to win, so they don't know what policies are more likely to be put into place. What's interesting is beneath the surface, Carol, I know that you love volume. Volume is actually elevated, so we're really doing nothing but on more volume. The S&P 500 right now down ever so slightly. Now, there was a little bit of intraday volatility. At one point, the S&P 500 down more than 0.5%, but earlier today, the index had actually been higher. So again, investors just don't know which way is up. Some tension right into the day before the big election.
Is it fair to say that after the Iowa poll came out over the weekend, that got so much attention, that Seltzer poll, Are we seeing a little bit of an unwinding of a Trump trade right now?
So
with movement in the bond market, the 10-year?
There may be a little bit of unwinding, but it went so far in the direction of a pro-Trump trade that it's relatively slight. For instance, the easiest way to look at it is DJT. From the low in September to the recent high, it was up 340%. Now, it is down sharply from the high, but from the low, it's still up very solidly. In terms of the peso, it's strengthening against the dollar. Bonds are rallying, so yields are in a little bit. But I would argue that it's really, really pretty slight. And the other thing that's really interesting is if we take a look at the predicted odds, right now, they've been all over the map in favor of VP Harris at one point, the former president. Right now, the last time I looked, there was a 1% spread, and that is actually VP Harris is at 54.8%, Donald Trump, the former president, at 53%. I was speaking to Steve Sosnick over at Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers has their own version of this, and he was saying that they have Trump on top just slightly. So it's a super tight race. Nobody knows.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Quick check on the markets there from our own Abigail Doolittle, all over it. The other thing that is, thinking about the election, and I feel like it's safe to say that's been a big piece of the election, whether it's concerns or actuality of it, is disinformation. Our own Bloomberg News team reporting out how it has been permeating the U.S. presidential election on an unprecedented scale, with online instigators escalating doubts about the integrity of the electoral process as millions of Americans have been casting their ballots. So there's been a big question, Tim, about can you trust the vote?
And that's exactly that Bloomberg News technology reporter Austin Carr tried to answer. He's set to figure it out. It's all in his Bloomberg Businessweek story about how U.S. voting machines became safer than ever. Austin joins us from the Bloomberg News Bureau in Boston. Austin, tell us about Chip Trowbridge and the Clear Ballot Group.
So Clear Ballot is a startup that's based in Boston. It's about a decade old. It's backed by Bessemer Ventures, and it's one of the companies that's trying to compete with Dominion, the sort of larger incumbent in the space. Which you would think would make them a very tech-forward sort of player in voting machines. But it actually turns out that I spent some time with the team there, both their office in Boston as well as their factory in New Hampshire, and it turns out they're really pushing a paper-centric approach, just as a lot of election vendors are doing themselves. It actually turns out that paper, marking things physically, and keeping an audit trail is incredibly safe. And so a lot of the technology that's being invested into this industry is really around tabulating votes rather than changing actually how we're marking them in a very old school way with pens and paper.
So meaning that we are going to be using paper ballots for the foreseeable future?
Correct. I mean, it's really funny these days. You hear a lot of noise from people like Elon Musk saying that voting machines are super vulnerable to hacking and connected to the internet, and we should move back to paper. And a lot of the people I talk to say, you know what? I mean, these voting machines are, for the majority of them, are not connected to the internet, and about 98% of ballots will be cast on paper tomorrow. So it's actually a very paper-centric approach, which I think sort of cuts against a lot of the noise you hear around how much hacking and manipulation and all these servers that are apparently going to corrupt the election, just as they did in 2020 from some of the more conspiratorial voices we heard.
All right, so I'm just playing devil's advocate. Why do we care what Chip has to say and what Clear Ballot Group has to say as we think about, how safe our voting process is?
So Chip Trowbridge is the CTO of Clear Ballot. He came from a company called Endeca, which was later acquired by Oracle. They're very good at data analytics. And in fact, Clear Ballot got its start auditing elections. What their technology originally does is sort of scan all the paper ballots. You know, when you get to a voting booth and you mark it down with a Sharpie and it kind of bleeds through the paper, maybe you just check it off, maybe you scribble, maybe you're a person who inadvertently circles the choice of the candidate you want. Well, this technology scans all those ballots and provides a visualization of all of them digitally. So if there are votes that are a little bit less clear, they can actually view them on a computer, but it's just sort of a corresponding sort of representation, a digital image of the physical paper ballot. So that's just helping to speed up the process so there aren't long delays when they have to do recounts or post-election audits.
No.
Yes, sir.
And forgive me. Go ahead, please.
Just so the longer there is between sort of the time that votes are cast and when election results are given, that's when a lot of the conspiracies fill that void. People start thinking something must be nefarious happening, when in actuality it's just there's a lot of bureaucracy and slow-moving sort of mechanisms that keep canvassing very slow. So this technology is designed to speed it up and make it a lot faster. But again, it's still fundamentally a paper-based voting system.
So if paper-based is the thing, I mean, the idea of is hanging chads something that we have to be worried about in the future? We all remember, not everybody maybe remembers, right? It's 2024, that was back in 2000, but that was quite a fiasco, unexpected, and some say if it had played out differently, we might have had a different president in the White House. But do we have to be worried about something like hanging chads, though?
No, so that actually sparked, after the 2000 Florida fiasco, those were based on mechanical levers. So those are the punch cards that you have those hanging chads from physically punching in. This is just you're marking a ballot. There's basically two approaches. You're marking a ballot with a Sharpie, then you submit it into a scanner, it keeps the paper, and then the tabulator just provides a digital image of it and just counts it. The other system that Dominion has gotten some controversy for is a touch screen. You enter your choices, and then it prints out the physical ballot, and that's what you submit. It has your candidates that you selected printed out with clear, legible text. You can review it. There's a QR code that the scanner scans, and that's what you submit. So both are paper-based approaches, and that represents about 98% of voting. But again, unless you're really messing with your Sharpie, I'd say the vast majority of votes are inputted pretty properly. Again, I'm not questioning your penmanship. I'm sure you're going to do a great job. But that's the fundamental issue is there's no hanging chads that's going to be the issue. It's most likely disinformation, registration issues, and just sort of larger disruption at the poll places themselves than actual hacking of these sort of computer tabulators.
Well, Austin, what about the process of actually keeping track of how many votes each candidate gets? Because yes, you know, at the precinct level, we understand that there are paper ballots, but then when they're added up, that number gets sent in some sort of format to a bigger place where things are being kept track, where the stuff is being kept track of. Is there any opportunity there for malfeasance?
Well, I think that the sort of physical safeguards and redundancies that are in place make the process very slow and hard to change, but also ironically makes it very safe. And that's the one thing that with the Clear Ballot CTO chip that I spent a lot of time talking to, that have to unlock the machines and tear off security seals to actually, when you're talking about transferring the vote counts at the end of the night, those are sometimes transferred on a USB stick. Now you might think, oh, couldn't that USB stick be switched? Well, again, you'd have to, that would be quite a feat just to get by all the people who are looking at. You'd somehow have to replace the USB stick. The logs that you plug it in and out of a computer, you'd have to change those. And then again, these ballots, those are unofficial results. The physical ballots are the official count. So even if you did change the somehow hacked into a USB stick that was being transported to a central location, I don't know, you'd have to corrupt both the scans at the precinct and at a county level. You'd have to replace the paper ballots. It's just there's a lot of redundancies, analog, offline redundancies in place that make it sort of fantastical and really hard to play out this sort of scenario. I think we said in the piece that it's not so much that you'd have to have Mission Impossible cunning, but really the logistical omnipresence of Santa Claus to pull off something like this at scale.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Austin, thank you so much. Austin Carr, technology reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from our Boston bureau. You can check out that story, Bloomberg Business Week story. You can find out more. Just head to the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. And now let's get to the poll. We referenced it a little bit earlier. That's been heard around the nation. We're talking about the Des Moines Register Mediacom Iowa poll, which has a nationally respected track record, and that shows Kamala Harris up 3 percentage points, 47% to 44%. This comes as other Iowa polls, recent Iowa polls, have shown Donald Trump with sizable leads, and Donald Trump and other Republicans are bashing Ann Seltzer's poll as an outlier. Well, I mentioned Ann Setzer, rather. She conducted the Des Moines Register Mediacom Iowa poll, which has that track record, and she spoke with our surveillance team earlier today. Listen up.
There is more going on under the surface in terms of the abortion issue, in terms of perhaps Trump fatigue that is turning this state that no one expected would shift blue into a state that might.
All right, that obviously is Ann Seltzer of Seltzer & Co. Earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance. We have been inundated by polls, Bloomberg doing its own in the past year to gauge the race. On it all is Bloomberg News senior White House and politics correspondent Gregory Cordy. He joins us right now from our Bloomberg Washington, D.C. bureau. Gregory, we've all been with you listening as we've done these polls here at Bloomberg and elsewhere, just hours away from Election Day here in the United States. What strikes you about all the polling that's been done and kind of where we are, maybe what it tells us about the outcome or maybe not about the outcome?
Well, all of the polls are close, but I tried to make the distinction between the polls being close and the election being close. If the polls are wrong, we could have this race go unexpectedly in one direction or the other, and all depends obviously on which direction they're wrong in. The past two elections, pollsters have generally undercounted Trump supporters. And so the big question in 2024 is whether the polls have compensated for that, whether they still have trouble getting Trump supporters, or perhaps if they've overcompensated for their inability to get Trump supporters in the past two elections, perhaps we're actually undercounting Harris supporters this time around. And so what's interesting about that Ann Seltzer poll is that, one, she's a highly respected pollster, as you said. She polls mostly in Iowa, but one thing she does differently is she doesn't come in with a lot of assumptions about what the electorate's going to look like. She says, I look at the data, and the data tells me who's going to turn out to vote. And so she says that Kamala Harris has a 3-point advantage in Iowa. That's surprising, given that Trump has won the state by large margins the past two elections. And if her numbers are right, it makes us question whether maybe some of the other polls that we've been seeing in swing states have been right all along, or whether they have been undercounting the Harris voters, again, because of the experience the pollsters have had over the past couple of cycles.
Does it, in any sense, Gregory, give you an indication of a direction that voters are moving in that we could extrapolate from Iowa, even though Iowa, to our knowledge and to the general political watchers' knowledge, isn't even in play right now?
Iowa's an interesting state, right? And we were there in January for the caucuses. It's a state that Barack Obama won the caucuses and he won the general election twice, and then Trump won the general election twice. It has moved further to the right than any other state in the union over the past few cycles. It is a state where populists do well. And so if this is an indication that Kamala Harris is sort of cloaking herself in the change mantle, which of course is remarkable given the fact that she's been the vice president for 4 years and yet still has managed to separate herself in voters' minds from the incumbent president, Joe Biden. If she's successful in doing that, then that might help explain the Iowa results. And in addition to what Ann Seltzer was just saying, the abortion issue being a powerful motivator there. You would have to look then to Wisconsin, which is the closest swing state economically and geographically from Iowa, and think, well, maybe if Harris is doing better than expected in Iowa, maybe she's also doing better than expected in Wisconsin from what the polls have been telling us there.
Yeah, it's just kind of fascinating, right? Even in the congressional districts in Iowa, which I think they're all held by Republicans right now, but there's, I think, in half of them, 2 of the seats, Democrats have been polling really well. So there's something definitely interesting going on there. Hey, tomorrow at the polls, as the voting starts to come in, just got about 20 seconds. What are you going to be looking for?
Well, obviously, the early swing states to come in, probably Georgia will get an early read on. Even some of the non-swing states, you can sometimes get a sense of the proportion, how it's going in terms of turnout for both of the candidates. But really, I expect to be here for a while, waiting on Pennsylvania.
All right, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be potentially, I think, or almost safe to say,
I'm going to go to bed early.
A late night. I'm going to watch a bunch.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see. Gregory Cordy, thank you. Senior White House and politics correspondent out there in our D.C. bureau. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There are a lot of worries and a lot of assurances from officials about the safety of the election tomorrow. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Our systems are secure, and our people are ready.
CBS's Christopher Cruz has more.
This campaign has been particularly volatile, and officials fear the outcome will unleash a torrent of violence. The FBI has set up a command post at its headquarters in Washington to monitor threats. James Barnacle is the Deputy Assistant Director of the Bureau's Criminal Investigative Division.
This operation is going to run 24/7 for the national election week. It'll be staffed by about 80 people. Each shift will be running all day, all night.
Security's been strengthened at many of the nation's 100,000 polling stations. Hundreds of election workers will wear panic buttons to press in case of violence. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
The candidates are in the battleground states today. Kamala Harris will spend the day in Pennsylvania. In Scranton a short time ago, her supporters vowed to get out and vote. Donald Trump earlier in Raleigh, North Carolina.
With your vote tomorrow, we're going to fire Kamala, we're going to save America, and we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation.
There's been a verdict in a trial stemming from the widely publicized killing of a black man by police in Ohio. Jim Krasula has that.
A jury in Columbus, Ohio, has convicted former veteran police officer Adam Coy of murder. Coy testified he thought Andre Hill was holding a gun when Coy fired 4 shots. The 47-year-old Hill, who was black, was holding a cell phone and keys in his hands when he was shot in December of 2020. Prosecutors said Hill was complying and posed no threat when he was killed inside a garage.
17 million Americans are at risk of severe weather. Meteorologist Jessica Birch.
Throughout the next 24 hours, we'll watch severe weather anywhere from Texas stretched all the way up into Kansas City, where they haven't got a break in quite some time with crazy weather. That's going to continue to track into the overnight hours tonight, sweeping into states like Michigan, all the way over into Ohio, too, right around the corner.
Vicki Barker reports more than 200 people are now dead from the flooding in Spain.
This is the soundtrack of life in Valencia now. The noisy, relentless pumps spewing out brown, muddy water from flooded homes and businesses. More troops have been brought in to search for the dead and aid the living. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Storms are now dumping heavy rain on Barcelona. Rail service has been suspended. The airport flooded. This is CBS News.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got just about 60 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday, November 4th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Election, Tim, front and center.
Yeah, we're going to continue with our team coverage of every angle and what's at stake. Carol.
A lot of research on this. There's really been three. Number one, prosperity, as you've said. Number two, improvements in healthcare. So in 1900, half the children died on the planet before their fifth. And the third was the education of women. So we've had some pretty interesting questions put up here, but let's try this one. What keeps you up at night and what gives you joy?
Well, I think kids give me joy. So I probably get the most joy from my kids. You know, I'm not saying that that's the reason to have kids, because we should have them anyway, but I certainly, kids are the greatest source of joy in my life. In terms of what keeps me up at night, I guess it's anything that's like, I think, a civilizational risk. You know, if we're, the birth rates continuing to plummet, I do think about the birth rates plummeting as being a civilizational risk. I think anything that undermines the foundations of democracy in America or elsewhere as a risk. I think anything that's leading us away from a merit-based system is a risk. I actually spend I listen to like podcasts about the fall of civilizations to go to sleep. So perhaps that might be part of the problem here. There's literally a podcast called Fall of Civilizations, which I've listened to a few times. I'd also recommend Hardcore History if you haven't listened to that. It's a great podcast. I listen to history podcasts basically to go to sleep. So that's probably why I'm ruminating on these things as I go to sleep.
In fixed income at Nuveen, and she was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I think what we can assume is the race will be tight. There may be disagreement over who wins the race. There could be a delay in figuring that out. That's going to bring a period of days or weeks of uncertainty. But eventually, markets are going to move on for the election, and they're going to focus on two things for the next president: taxes and tariffs, and what do those mean for the economies.
Sarah Malik of Nuveen, and by the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. NVIDIA and Sherwin-Williams, they're both higher on a down day for the rest of the market after S&P Dow Jones Indices said Friday the pair will be added to the Dow Jones Industrial Average. NVIDIA right now up 1.7%, and Sherwin-Williams up now by almost 4%. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P right now down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it on this Election Day Eve. 9 hours to go until Election Day here in the U.S. Our Bloomberg team on the ground across the country in key states that's going to determine perhaps the outcome of the election. We're talking Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, and more. We're going to be hearing from some of them throughout our broadcast today. And here at headquarters in New York, we've got reporters working around the clock at all angles of the election, including what we know, Carol, our investing audience wants to understand, what the big money on Wall Street is planning to do tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, indeed. We're talking trading desk staff through the night with teams in Hong Kong and Singapore enlisted to help, tracking popular Trump trades, something we have been talking about a lot, long the dollar, short bonds, ready to pile in or quickly unwind. I'm thinking about the volatility and maybe traders excited about making some money off of all of that. Anyway, it is today's Bloomberg Big Take and one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It is by Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Kathy Burton. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Kathy, great to have you here. It is, as we said, among the most read. So what are you hearing among global trading desks and global investment houses and Wall Street houses, you know, about what they're doing to kind of get ready?
Well, it seems that people have been slightly leaning into the Trump trade.
Yeah.
So they've been long dollars, short bonds, long stocks. There are other reasons to do that besides the election, because the Fed cut interest rates. But they're also a little bit skittish. We saw that this morning when Harris did well in poll in Iowa and dollar sold off, bond yield spiked, so it's crypto fell. So they're people are definitely skittish.
But volatility creates opportunity, especially for some of the folks you talk to. They might be skittish ahead of this, not knowing what's going to happen and the uncertainty around it. But what kind of opportunity does that give folks on trading desks?
I mean, they love volatility, right? As long as something moves.
Yes, that's true. So there has been some trading around the VIX, definitely, and some S&P futures. So people have been taking advantage of that. There's also some good hedging trades on that people think are going to do well, no matter who wins. For example, people are guessing there's going to be more inflation, so they've put on break-even trades, which are going to benefit if inflation rises.
That's it. So that would be a signal as why would inflation rise equally, or why would people bet on inflation rising equally based on both candidates?
Well, they think that it will probably rise more under Trump, but it will also probably rise under Harris too, because there's just more spending.
We're talking the tariff angle a little later in the program, so we'll have Enda joining us.
I got to say, there's a great quote in this story. It's a portfolio manager at Blue Edge Advisors in Singapore. November 5th is going to be a blindfolded mud wrestle in a minefield. I mean, it's really kind of amazing, maybe not amazing, right? We know how close this race is, right? And you're just not quite sure how it's going to go and whether or not there will be twists and turns as the votes come in of someone leading and how the markets are going to play. And I assume then that's what traders are expecting, that it will be seeing a fair amount of movement as the balloting comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people are going to be trading the dollar because I feel like that's going to move a lot.
Right. It's funny that you say that, because John Authers, who was just in here, was telling us, or just brought up a chart on the Bloomberg and what happened to the dollar coming off of the negative employment report on Friday, and then as how it sold off.
Yeah, with the idea that, okay, this would be net good for Trump.
Right.
Because it was so weak.
Right, exactly. And then expectations, and also expectations, I guess, in terms of, with rates and stuff. But then as we saw the Iowa poll, how we saw it, move up. And so it's just kind of interesting to see the sensitivity that's happening.
Absolutely. And we talked to people who have quantitative models.
Yeah.
And they've tried to isolate the election shock, they call it, in their model, by looking at the betting markets and also polls, and trying to figure out when the poll goes up or down, what happens to various asset classes.
How can we kind of look back to what happened in 2016 when it was widely expected, and markets priced this in, again, John Authers reminding us this, that Hillary Clinton would have won that election, and it was a surprise that Donald Trump came out on top there. How can we learn from sort of previous upsets like that in the way that the traders are getting ready for this election?
Well, I think people are cognizant that even if they figure out, they have an idea who's going to win, say, it doesn't always mean that they understand what's going to happen to the markets. There was a story during the 2016 election when SBF's firm, Jane Street, figured out a way to get the results slightly earlier than the TV was broadcasting them. And so they put on this, they found out, oh, Trump's going to win. We're shorting everything, shorting S&P, went to bed. We're up $300 million, woke up in the morning down $300 million.
Ouch. But what a swing. Well, what's also interesting is, if this drags on longer than a couple of days, and there are a lot of legal challenges, right? As you say, some of them have, their models, their algorithms, and they're factoring things in. But you do wonder, if this goes on much longer and there's a lot of legal challenges, does that kind of change potentially? Yeah, I guess it would. Obviously, the impact.
Yeah,
and thinking around it.
I've heard two schools of thought on that. One is that it's just going to increase volatility, so anyone that's trading any sort of vol could make some money. But also, there was a report out from Goldman Sachs that said, look, even if we don't really know the answer, we should have some very clear indications of who's going to end up winning. So that...
If we don't, though, again, and Carol was just talking about this, the idea that, and John Authers said this, that could create some sort of confusion within the markets that I think might not necessarily be a healthy thing. Because we saw what happened in 2020. It's kind of unprecedented, at least within our lifetimes. Is there a chance that happens again? And what does that mean for Wall Street?
Yeah, well, I think most of the people are just thinking more volatility.
Yeah. No, it totally gets it. And let's not forget, we're talking a lot about the presidential race, but it's also the congressional districts, which we keep saying, right? I mean, that's going to determine what any president gets done.
Exactly. And some people have said to me that's even more important, at least in the short-term market view, if there's a sweep or if it's a divided Congress.
All right. Well, Kathy, thank you. We really appreciate it. Kathy Burton, hedge fund reporter at Bloomberg News. As we said, this is the Bloomberg Big Take, and it is one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg on this election eve.
Okay, I said we got people all over the country. We do indeed. Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Florida, and more. A couple of them are standing by right now. We got Bloomberg News politics reporter Tyler Kendall joining us from Trump campaign headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. Also, Romaine Bostick of Bloomberg TV. He's at the Hunting Place. It's a ballot counting station in Detroit, Michigan. Tyler, I do want to start with you. Just give us an update on how Donald Trump is spending the final day ahead of Election Day tomorrow. Where's he going? What's he been doing?
Yeah, hey, Tim. So before he gets here to Palm Beach for his election night watch party tomorrow, he has been crisscrossing the nation today, hitting some of those key battleground states that you are talking about. He started the morning in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now he's in Reading, Pennsylvania, before heading over to Pittsburgh, a typically Democratic stronghold, before ending the day in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, something all these areas have in common is that they are in counties or they are near counties where former President Donald Trump lost in 2020. So clearly a bid by his campaign to try to get out the vote, shore up support in these areas where they feel like he might not have performed as strong in, but could still clinch some of those industrial votes that he needs to put him over at the edge. Because at this point, it is all about turnout. We often talk about the undecided voter. Today, when we're talking about them, it's not undecided between Trump and Harris. It is undecided on whether or not they're going to vote at all.
So, all right, so interesting. And, you know, walk us through what we heard from the Trump campaign over the weekend and kind of, you know, his closing maybe thinking or message he was trying to leave for voters.
Right, so he hasn't necessarily shied away from some of his more controversial rhetoric going into Election Day. However, it is important to note that in each rally over the weekend, and including this morning in Raleigh, North Carolina, he started it by asking what he is calling a simple question to voters, and that is your life better today than it was 4 years ago? This seems to be kind of his final push message into Election Day, and also kind of harps on that issue of the economy, which is key to voters. And interestingly enough, our most recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll actually gives us a little bit of a glimpse into how voters are feeling about this exact question. We asked voters if their personal finances were better today than they were 4 years ago, because despite some recent positive economic data, it doesn't necessarily seem to be translating to how Americans are feeling about the economy. Our poll out in October found that 51% of likely voters in key battleground states said that their personal finances were better 4 years ago, compared to 36% of voters who say they are better today. Whether or not that translates or that former President Donald Trump capitalizes on that sort of statistic remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to ask you, Tyler. Does it seem like, in your view, given what we've heard from the former president over the weekend and in the recent days, he's actually sticking to that message, the one that is, we found, resonating with voters, or is he not on message?
Right, exactly. He's been, you know, not shying away from that controversial rhetoric, doing what he calls is the weave. Even in rallies over the weekend, he said that he didn't take some of his aides' advice when it comes to how he is speaking on stage. But one thing that he does keep coming back to is the economy, even as he does throw in some other allegations and does his weave throughout these issues, because that really is the main issue for all the that all of the polling is showing us, including in our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. Now, it is important to point out that while Trump does lead on this issue when it comes to voter confidence in handling of the economy, he leads Kamala Harris in our poll by about 5 percentage points. She has made up significant inroads when it comes to this. When it was President Biden running, he was leading him by 14 percentage points when it comes to the handling of the economy. So Harris clearly trying to hone in on that message, at least to counter what was Trump's edge on the issue.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much. Bloomberg News politics reporter Tyler Kendall joining us from Trump campaign headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida.
Okay, Florida not really up in the air in terms of which direction it's going, at least according to a lot of the polling. One place that is, though, is the state of Michigan. And that's where we go now, where we find Bloomberg TV's Romaine Bostick. He's at the Hunting Place. It's a ballot counting station in Detroit, Michigan. Before we get to what's going on behind you or what is not yet going on behind you, Romaine, just set the scene for us in terms of how Michigan is a must-win for the Harris campaign and perhaps the Trump campaign as well.
Well, this is probably one of the swingiest of the swing states out there. Remember, for years, back in the 70s and 80s, this was a Republican stronghold. That actually flipped with Bill Clinton back in 1992, and for the next 6 election cycles, Democrats really ruled the roost at the federal level. Of course, Trump broke through that blue wall back in 2016 by only 11,000 votes statewide, a very slim margin. Biden was able to seize that back in 2020 by a very wide margin of 150,000 votes. But if you're asking what that margin is going to be here in 2024, I can guarantee you it's going to be very slim. A lot of undecided voters out here, even on the eve of Election Day. A lot of folks still undecided, not only about the direction of the economy, but more importantly, a lot of big policy issues, whether it comes to reproductive rights, whether it comes to foreign policy, or whether it comes to labor and union membership. These are all 3 big issues that are driving voters' decisions, and it could really swing either way. A big part of the reason, and you heard from Tyler just a few minutes ago, why the candidates have spent so much time here. Trump and Harris combined 50 different events over the last few months right here in the state of Michigan. Only one state comes close to that, and that's Pennsylvania, which as of right now has 49, though I believe it will overtake Michigan by the time we get to tomorrow.
Romaine, what are you seeing and hearing on the ground? I think there's, it was an interesting story. I think the New York Post put out that the wife of Jamie Dimon, Judy Dimon, has been knocking on the doors in the key swing state of Michigan over the past weekend and telling them voters to vote for Kamala Harris. So give us a little idea of, since you've been on the ground, kind of what you're hearing, the mood, what it feels like.
I think to encapsulate this, Carol, you have to understand that both candidates really feel like they can take this state, and that's why they're spending so much time here themselves. But of course, also their surrogates. You mentioned Judith Kent, the wife of Jamie Dimon. She was actually here over the weekend knocking on doors. Doug Emhoff has been going around to some of the enclaves that have high Jewish populations, trying to convince them that they will feel safer and more protected under a Harris administration rather than a Trump administration. We've also seen folks like former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio and several other surrogates from both campaigns really sort of fanning out around the broader Detroit metropolitan area, really trying to convince these voters here, swing voters, if you will, that the respective campaign will somehow do better for them than the other campaign, and they're still here. We should point out, Trump was coming back later tonight into Grand Rapids, Michigan. Harris just recently left a couple of hours ago to finish out her campaign out on the East Coast. But J.D. Vance was just here in Flint, Michigan. Tim Walz, I'm said, is around in the Michigan area as well. So they understand the importance, and they are not letting this go all the way down to the wire.
Hey, Romaine, we're going to check back in with you throughout the next couple of days. I know you're going to be there. You're going to be in one place you're going to be spending a lot of time there. I hope you do get some sleep. But before we do that, what's supposed to be happening at the ballot counting station at the hunting place? Just set the scene for us. What's going on there?
Yeah, so right now, the folks behind me, they've actually been counting ballots for several days. It's kind of hard to see them, but you have a couple of hundred people here. They're basically working in 3-day shifts. A lot of absentee ballots are in. Early voting has also been much more enormous than what we've seen in the past. In fact, election officials told me that by the end of today, they're actually projecting somewhere between 70 to 80% of the voting population, at least here in Detroit City and in Wayne County, will have already cast their vote. Wow. So that means that on election night, it actually might be a little bit better than what we saw in 2020, which was a total mess, primarily because of the pandemic and a lot of late votes that came in after the deadline.
All right. We're going to leave it on that note. Listen, thank you so much. Really glad we got some time with you. Romaine Bostic at the Hunting Place, a ballot counting station in Detroit, Michigan, really giving us some great insight into, we talked about for Pennsylvania, right? They can't start voting, counting those votes, right? The mail-in votes or the early voting until, what did they say? Until the polls close tomorrow. But to see that they've already started, and it sounds like they've gotten pretty far there in Detroit.
I'm just going to throw this out there. I know Bill de Blasio is a surrogate for Kamala Harris, but I did see him over the weekend just lounging around Park Slope at the coffee shop, Friday and Saturday, actually.
So what are you saying?
I just, you know, he wasn't out. He might be working hard today. I don't know, but maybe he was planning.
He's taking a break.
Maybe he was taking a break. Let's just say that. Yeah.
Maybe there's a break in between working pretty hard. All right, guys, listen, it's a trading day. We've just got about 30 minutes, a little bit more than a half an hour to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. Let's get a check in on the numbers and some of your top business stories. Let's toss things over to Charlie.
All right,
Hey,
thank you very much indeed. We got just about 35 minutes to go until the closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ right now in the red. We've got the S&P lower by 8, right now down 0.1%. Stocks for much of the day struggling for direction. Bonds rose, the dollar fell. Polls continuing to depict a tight race into tomorrow's presidential election. 10-year right now 4.31%, the 2-year 4.17%. Gold little change, flat on the day, up under $1 the ounce, 27.37 right now, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, 71.58 a barrel. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. As you know, we're all in on the presidential election, and our coverage today. It includes how each candidate's policies affect the economy. A crucial one, of course, and one where there's much daylight, is trade and, of course, tariffs. Donald Trump spoke about tariffs in Mexico this morning at a rally in North Carolina.
And I'm going to inform her on day one or sooner that if they don't stop this onslaught of criminals and drugs coming into our country, I'm going to immediately impose a 25% tariff on everything they send in to the United States of America.
Well, there you have Donald Trump speaking about tariffs in Mexico this morning at a rally in North Carolina. As our own Enda Curran writes, and we'll be speaking with Enda a little later, quote, the biggest potential shock to business would come from Trump's plan to sharply raise tariffs to try to force manufacturers to move production to the U.S. He's called for a minimum tariff between 10 and 20% on all imported goods, rising to 60% or higher on imports, Carol, from China.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about this. We are joined by Mark Fastow. He's vice chairman of the Coalition for a Prosperous America. It's a domestic manufacturing advocacy group that calls itself a bipartisan nonprofit organization working at the intersection of trade, jobs, tax, and economic growth. Mark, what's your view on Donald Trump's tariff proposals?
Well, tariffs are a critical tool in managing our trade and our economy, but the best use of them is not necessarily across the board, but to protect industries that are high value for the United States and to protect them from heavily subsidized imports, not only from China, but from other countries as well, to protect them against imports from countries that manipulate their currencies to keep them artificially low. If we don't do that, for example, we won't have an electric car industry. And when we didn't do it back when this all started when the Japanese got their industrial policy going, we lost a big chunk of our car industry. We lost color TV and everything that went with that. We lost consumer electronics and on, and we lost a big chunk of our steel industry. So the point is to use tariffs to protect industries where when you keep subsidized foreign competition out, that produces and inspires a lot of domestic investment in that industry. And we can see that already in the case of the Trump steel tariffs. The tariffs averaged about 24% across the board, everybody. And it immediately produced about $16 billion of investment.
So Mark,
in our steel industry.
Mark, I just want to share some figures from Bloomberg Economics. They project that the maximal version of Trump's plan with an across-the-board tariff at 20% would lower U.S. GDP by 0.8% and add 4.3% to inflation by 2028 if China alone retaliates. So it sounds like you think that targeted tariffs are more the answer than an across-the-board tariff. Do Trump's proposals go too far?
Well, I think a 20% tariff is not the most efficient use of the tariff dollar. You really, if you're you'll be tariffing industries like making T-shirts, where there's no point in it. We don't really want to invest more in that industry. And whatever the cost of the tariffs is that does get passed on to consumers, and it's not 100%, by the way, which the traditional globalists always assume. It's just that ends up just being a tax, and of course it does raise some revenue, but it's much more efficient to focus on the industries that really matter, the industries that we want to lead in, to help not only stay in the lead on new industries, but to take back those that we've lost. And if U.S. producers don't have that protection, and one reason the steel industry didn't invest is they didn't have that protection, then we lose more and more of it. And we become, the end game, if we ever got there, was being a colony where we make the commodity stuff and other countries make the high value stuff that leads to the next big thing. So we're, a 5% across the board tariff, I don't think would do much damage. And I think the damage from the tariffs is always overestimated by the people who oppose them, like the Peterson Institute, for example. Right. I can give you some examples of what's wrong with that analysis if you think it would be helpful.
Well, we actually, kind of need to run, but I'm hoping we can continue this conversation. We're certainly, I think the idea around tariffs is not going to go away generally in terms of policy here in the United States, but we do have to leave it on that note for now. Mark Festo, he's Vice Chairman of the Coalition for a Prosperous America, joining us there from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
We got standing by Tom Orlick. He's Chief Economist for Bloomberg Economics. Tom joins us from Washington, D.C. Tom, I know you were listening closely to what Mark just said, and I did share some figures from Bloomberg Economics about potentially what could happen with an across-the-board 20% tariff, and if China retaliates, and if the rest of the world also retaliates, the blow to growth would be greater, you and the team, right? But just give us an overview based on what you heard from Mark, who certainly has one position when it comes to how tariffs should be implemented.
So tariffs are a crucial issue in this election, Tim. We've got one candidate, Kamala Harris, who's talking about maintaining the kind of small yard, high fence approach from the Biden administration. And we've got another candidate, Donald Trump, talking about 60% tariffs on China and 20% tariffs on the rest of the world. So pretty big difference between the candidates' policy positions. Now, I think what we were hearing from Mark, your previous guest, is the idea that tariffs are a powerful policy instrument, but they need to be used in a targeted and precise way to avoid big distortions to the economy. Now, what the Trump campaign are talking about is not really a kind of targeted and precise use of tariffs. It's sweeping tariffs set at a historically high level. And so what our modeling suggests is, well, historically high tariffs would have a historically elevated impact on the U.S. economy, a significant cost to growth, and a significant increase in prices.
So, which, not good, right? Well, the argument in terms of protecting certain industries, and I feel like the steel one is a complicated one, but what are your thoughts on that?
So, we don't live in a perfect world, Carol, as you may have noticed, right? The U.S. faces a big geopolitical rival, China. And China uses very aggressive industrial policies to promote its industries. China's state planners tell state banks to give money to state enterprises to climb up the technology ladder, very often by borrowing or buying, or if we're going to be less charitable, sometimes stealing technology from companies in the United States and Europe. Now, in that imperfect world, the question is not really, should the US respond? Should the US deviate from the kind of textbook ideal of completely free trade? But rather, how should it respond? And I mean, broadly speaking, we've got two strategies out there. We've got the small yard, high fence approach, which the Biden administration's following, and which I think, if I was listening correctly, Mark was advocating for, right? Let's identify some strategic priorities and let's use trade policy to protect them. And then we have the suggestion of sweeping elevated tariffs from the Trump campaign.
Hey, Tom. Really appreciate you joining us. We are unfortunately out of time, so we are going to have to leave it there. Super valuable to have you join us. I know you've been super busy as we head into the election. Tom Orlik, Chief Economist for Bloomberg Economics, joining us from Washington, D.C.
You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading lower 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. So let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in the red, but off their lows with the Dow still down 276 points. The S&P's dropped 18, while NASDAQ is lower by 57. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.31%. Gold is little changed. Oil trading in the green, but Bitcoin, that's down by 2.1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and real estate. Utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Salesforce and Boeing, while Intel fell 3% and led to the downside. After earnings, Zoetis fell 3.7%, and in the energy space, Constellation Energy plunged 12% after the FERC rejected a data center power deal. Wrapping things up, some of the names supporting after the bell tonight include Wynn Resorts, Lattice Semi, and Palantir. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just about 18 minutes left to go until we wrap up the trading day. Why are you shaking your head?
That's time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
It's been a little bit crazy.
It's been a little crazy. Part of it is just because things are crazy right now.
Yeah, it is. I think you can feel, it feels like a day before an election. Actually, I want to say it feels like a day before a very close election based on polling and where things have changed dramatically. It's been an unusual election cycle, to say the least. And so, here we are. And a market that's been bouncing around. We were just talking with our Bill Maloney here about what brought the markets down around 11 o'clock or so, and a story, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post.
It was the Journal.
Oh, it was the Journal,
yeah.
Forgive me. About Russia maybe putting some devices, incendiary devices, into some planes coming into the United States.
Yeah, reading from the Journal, Western security officials say they believe that 2 incendiary devices shipped via DHL were part of a covert Russian operation that ultimately aimed to start fires aboard cargo or passenger aircraft flying to the U.S. and Canada. This as Moscow steps up a sabotage campaign against Washington and its allies.
The devices ignited at DHL logistics hubs in July, one in Germany, another in England. The explosion set off a multinational race to find the culprit. So stuff going on behind the scenes. And so anyway, that was Bill's thinking that would drag the market down.
Not just an election to contend with. So Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management. Kara joins us from Austin, Texas right now. Kara, what are you hearing from clients as we get closer and closer to Election Day tomorrow?
There's a lot of hand-wringing. And, when I think back to the beginning of the year, we were sort of prepping ourselves to get ready to talk a lot about elections. And at that time, people were like, we're not really focusing on it. But over the last couple of months, that has very definitely changed. There's a lot of concern, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle that you're on. And so we've just been repeating the mantra that go vote, it's important, but it's not necessarily important for your portfolio.
Well, that's interesting. So are you anticipating, I don't know, when we have the election outcome, that you're going to get a lot of calls of investors saying, hey, now we're thinking, all right, we know what's going on. We know what the composition of Congress is. We're going to start making some changes. Is that what's going to happen or not necessarily?
Well, I think we all look forward to the time when we know what the composition of Congress and the White House looks like. So we're all excited about when that will happen. But I think, no, for most people, it's really about getting back to that conversation. What are your long-term goals? What's the long-term trajectory of the U.S. economy? What's corporate earnings power, right? So I think the conversation shifts from what's happening at the ballot box to what are those things that are really important for stocks and bonds.
What are those things?
So earnings, right? That's a big one. And we're in the thick of earnings season right now. Last week, we had 5 of the Mag 7 reporting, and incredibly important for the near-term move in the market. And what was interesting is that we saw with those individual companies pretty good reports on both earnings and revenues, but the stocks didn't perform so well. And I think that's because what we're seeing right now is the beginning of this handoff from the Mag 7, which has driven the market for the last 2-ish years, to everybody else. And we need to start to see some of that earnings pick up into next year for some of those smaller names in order to be able to sustain this rally, which we think will happen, but it's a sort of delicate handoff in the meantime.
You know, when it comes to something like, as you said, earnings fundamentals, these are all important. You know, recession, no recession, do you think it matters who's in the White House, or do you think something like that for the U.S. economy specifically, it doesn't matter who's in the White House, whether or not we dip into a recession maybe sooner rather than later?
I think it would be rare that a policy decision would trip the whole economy into recession. So certainly there are certain economic policies that have a big impact on certain areas of the economy. But when you think about what's driven, you know, the last few recessions, they were big, huge macro events that were not driven by policies. Think COVID, global financial crisis, bursting of the internet bubble. These are things that had very far-reaching effects that were not driven by a single individual.
How about, though, if you've got, you know, a candidate who might want to tinker with the Federal Reserve?
So I think the Federal Reserve and the independence of those policy decisions is really critical to keeping the economy on solid footing. And I often say that, you know, the part of the reason why I don't worry so much about who's in the White House is because we are very fortunate to live in a United States that has very strong political institutions. Now, typically the Federal Reserve is not included in those, but from an economic perspective, the Federal Reserve and its independence is really critical to being able to right the ship and be able to help manage the volatility in the economic cycle.
Okay, so help us think past the election, because I think a lot of us are focused.
You need to.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we've been hearing from folks like you is that, okay, maybe the risk isn't necessarily with the presidential election. It's with who else is elected in terms of the House and the Senate and the makeup there, but also how long this drags on for.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what happens to the markets if it drags on.
Again, I mean, this gets back to the strength of the U.S. institutions. And I was looking back at this earlier today, and we've had occasions where we didn't know who the official was or what the makeup of Congress was for some time. So we can actually manage through those things fairly well. And I think, you know, even we hear a lot about, you know, a blue sweep or a red sweep on one side or the other. And I think even in those instances where we have one party takes all of the margins are going to be razor thin, whether it's the White House, House of Representatives, or Senate, that even once we get those numbers, there's not all that much that's going to be able to get done because no party is going to have that strong a majority in any one of those institutions.
Anything interesting that you're noticing in terms of investment flows coming in, coming out for some of your client base?
So it's been interesting. So there have been some people who have been sort of positioning for a really dire situation, right? Moving more into commodities in order to be able to hedge against a really sort of volatile outcome coming out of tomorrow. But for the most part, what we see is that people are able to sort of pick themselves up out of the election results tomorrow and look beyond that and start thinking about what's right for them and their long-term goals.
All right. So Tim and I are both looking beyond the results, and we're thinking about, yes, the Fed meeting, very important this week, but also NVIDIA earnings, which come at the end of this month. How big a deal is that for you in terms of how you think about sentiment, market sentiment, and a big investment play, which has been AI for the last, you know, we're coming up almost on 2 years, but easily a year and a half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one name that has largely carried the market for almost 2 years and has become this bellwether, as you suggested, for AI and its implications on the broader economy. And so I think if last week was any lesson, it's that NVIDIA has to come out and not just, you know, be positive on revenues and earnings in the rearview mirror, but also has to be positive going forward. And so certainly all eyes will be on that earnings report.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, Kara. Look forward to talking to you next time. Kara Murphy, Chief Investment Officer Mr. Kestra Investment Management, joining us from Austin, Texas.
All right, taking a look at what's going on in markets. We're seeing a little bit of red on the screen. The S&P 500 off its worst levels of the day, but still down close to 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.2%. The Dow down 0.6%.
Yep, folks, and we're looking at a 10-year note with a yield of 4.30. I'm looking at a 2-year note with a yield of 4.17. Remember, we do have a Fed decision come Thursday. We'll have special coverage right here on Bloomberg.
Listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes to go. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues, counting you down to the close on this election eve, Monday, November 4th. It's been an interesting trade, and it does feel like a little bit of nervousness, a little bit of skittishness ahead of the election outcome. No surprise to see that. It's also an interesting week in that we have the Fed meeting, another Fed decision come Thursday. So there's a lot going on.
What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're going to probably cut rates.
Okay. Are you willing to bet on it on one of these newfangled betting sites?
No,
Maybe you could go over to one of those betting sites and bet what they're going to do. I don't think we're allowed to do that.
I don't think we're allowed to do that. I don't know. Are we
Let's just say I haven't done. No,
management, are we allowed to do that?
I don't think we're allowed to do that.
Bueller?
No, we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, there's a definitive no there.
Yeah. I kind of guessed that was the case.
All right, moving along then. Let's touch upon a Phil story that has come to our attention. This has to do with Elon Musk's lawyer telling a Pennsylvania judge that the winners of $1 million voter giveaway were chosen not by chance.
I thought it was a sweepstakes.
I thought it was a sweepstakes.
Okay, so Chris Gober is the lawyer. He made the surprise admission at a court hearing where the Philadelphia district attorney is trying to stop the contest, saying it's an illegal lottery. Gober argued, however, that the sweepstakes is not a lottery because the winners were selected on their, quote, suitability to be a public spokesperson, for Musk's political action committee, often based on their personal stories.
Really?
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner sued Musk and the PAC last week, saying the contest illegally lulls, quote, Philadelphia citizens to give up their personal identifying information and make a political pledge in exchange for the chance to win $1 million. So, just a reminder, right? That PAC, Musk, that he has done, it's a pro-Donald Trump America PAC, has been giving away the money every day until Election Day tomorrow to people who sign a petition calling for free speech and the right to bear arms. So 2 issues. The winner must be a registered voter in a swing state. The contest doesn't specify which candidate voters should cast their ballots for.
Okay, Krasner testified Monday that the contest is nothing more than a grift. The Democratic politician denied that the suit was politically motivated. Here's what he says, okay?
Yeah.
I've brought actions against Democrats in the past, adding that he drove a Tesla. Okay. He also said, quote, I would have brought an action against Taylor Swift if she did this. Remember, Taylor Swift is from Pennsylvania, much loved.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Christmas Tree Farm. You should have a song about the Christmas tree
Oh, she
farm,
did?
I think, in Pennsylvania.
She's got a song about everything.
She does. It's a very sweet song. Hey, while any ruling may foreshadow whether the world's richest man faces legal problems related to the giveaway, it would likely come too late to make much of a difference. I mean, folks have been saying this, especially in this presidential run. Election day, of course, tomorrow. So any decision, I don't know. It's unlikely that it would apply to any other battleground states, I should say. So
Krasner did say he was going to seek unspecified damages if the suit is successful, but insisted that he wouldn't ask the winners to give the money back. I think the big question I have is, what does it mean moving forward for elections?
Well, and I think, there's been some reporting out there. What's interesting about the role of outsiders, big billionaires, spending a lot of money on the ground game, you know what I mean? And he has hired outsiders to help in knock on doors and so on and so forth. So you do wonder about a shift in kind of how political races potentially could be run in the future. It's not like, right? Trump, Elon Musk has kind of done his own thing in terms of hiring people and organizations to help in kind of getting out the vote and knock on the doors of voters. I'm kind of walking away from this for a moment.
But
you do wonder what this means going forward.
That's exactly what I wonder.
Or billionaires, right, upping their money and saying, okay, I got it. I'll take care of this state. You take care of this state. Like, it's just interesting and different.
Interesting is one way to describe it. I think a lot of people would argue.
Throwaway word.
Well, other people would argue, this shows that there is too much money in politics. And we do have politicians all the time saying we need to get money out of politics. But what are we seeing this year? Close to $15 billion.
It's a lot of money. Yeah.
$15 billion.
But it's up to politicians to decide whether to maybe change this, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get that done? I don't know. It's another thing to think about. It's a big thing. A lot of money. And I think it's also a very long race, right? So there's a lot of money over a long period of time.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about 2028.
Yeah. Are you really?
Yeah.
Are you?
I bet there's going to be talk of that as soon as the winner is announced. They're going to start focusing on that.
All right, this may come up maybe in our chat with our TV colleagues. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to count you down. Heading over to our TV team because we are counting you down. The closing bell coming your way right here on Bloomberg.
On Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
We're about 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Matt Miller, and here to take you through the closing bell, we've got a global simulcast. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic. Romaine Bostic is in Michigan on reporting duties assignment, and of course he'll be joining us a little bit later in the hour. But in the meantime, welcome to our Bloomberg Television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide as we look through this trading day. Carol, do we look through this trading day? I mean, how much can you really read into the price action today, given that everyone's just kind of on tenterhooks, waiting for tomorrow to go by and waiting for some kind of outcome to this election?
I think you're spot on. I think the other thing is just sensitivity, right, to headlines or to whether or not a poll or something is saying the vote's going to go one way or another. And listen, ultimately we won't know, and we might not know 24 hours from now. So it's going to be interesting. But you get traders set up on Wall Street and around the globe. They're going to play the volatility trade. That's for sure.
They are, and I think everybody's kind of talking about the election tomorrow and the aftermath of that. But don't forget, Jay Powell and company they're sharpening their pencils, getting ready to do a one-day delayed Fed meeting. So we'll get a Fed decision on Thursday. I'd say it's a pretty busy week, guys.
But
I mean, does anyone expect the Fed to do anything other than the 25 basis point cut they're determined to do regardless of the data? Like, that's what they're going to do, right?
You heard from Elizabeth Warren earlier today calling on the Fed to...
Every month she does that.
That's
Every month Elizabeth writes that letter.
50 basis points is what she wants to see.
Well, Citigroup's Veronica Clark did say that she expects the Fed to cut by 50 basis points in December. I mean, November is pretty much going to be a done deal with 25 basis points. In any case, that is on Thursday. We're still on Monday right now, and we're closing here with losses in the major equity indexes. The Dow Industrials losing 0.6%. Matt is all obsessed with it because it's going to have NVIDIA soon and Sherwin-Williams, but less than Sherwin-Williams.
And that's because, you know, on the morning show that I co-anchor with Katie Greifeld and Janali Bassick, it's called
that's enough.
Every day from 9 to 11. Anyway, the ladies on the show always poo-poo the Dow. They call it a silly index. They can't understand why it's price-weighted. And it's hard for me to argue against them when you see S&P putting Sherwin-Williams in there instead of Dow Chemical. But it does make sense that they put NVIDIA in instead of Intel. I think it really helps them regain some relevance.
All right, and of course, declines in the NASDAQ and the S&P too. The Russell 2000, kind of the outlier here, gaining 0.4% as investors flock to small caps, at least for today.
Hey, quick check on the big caps, guys, and you've got not quite an even split, but a little bit more positivity. 271 names gaining ground on this Monday, 230 to the downside, and Matt, 2 unchanged.
All right, let's take a look at which sectors or industries are doing better than others. On a day when a lot of people have declared the Trump trade over and done with, you do see energy kind of leading the way. And that makes sense with the underlying commodity up 3%, oil that is. Consumer staples are also up, but pretty much everything else is down. You can see that communication services is down, consumer discretionary is down, financials, IT. So it's really energy that leads the way with this 3% rally in crude.
All right, so seeing a lot of red there on the IMAP. Let's get to some of the individual gainers. Matt mentioned NVIDIA, and this one rallying. It was up as much as 2.6% today, pulling that back a little bit with a gain of about 0.5%. So, but of course, that news Friday after the closing bell, the S&P Dow Jones indices saying that that company, NVIDIA, will replace rival Intel in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. So quite a change of time, or changing times, I should say, for Intel out, NVIDIA in. So we've seen some movement into that name. Hey, what's interesting, Matt, you mentioned, Scarlett mentioned, you know, the political trade, the Trump trade, pulling back on that today. So you saw the solar names rallying in today's session. Take a look at Invesco Solar ETF. TAN is the ticker, and that one is up about 3.25% in today's trade. I think we've got some earnings crossing.
We do. We have Wynn Resorts crossing right now, and it looks like third quarter adjusted EPS does miss analyst estimates. 90 cents was the reported number. Analysts were looking for north of $1 at 103 specifically. Operating revenue also coming in lighter than anticipated, $1.69 billion. Analysts were looking for $1.73 billion. And in terms of the Las Vegas operations, which is only part of it, right? Because it very much depends on what's going on in Macau and in China. Las Vegas operations, the revenue there was $607 million, lighter than what was anticipated, which was $610. So both on the Las Vegas side and it appears on the international side, when reporting a miss. The stock not moving in after hours trading up, actually ticking lower right now.
All right, down about 3% Wynn Resorts. We'll keep an eye on that, and we'll watch for some other earnings. I mentioned, though, the Invesco Solar ETF. We really did see, you know, tariff-sensitive industries gain, solar firms gained, prison and cryptocurrency companies slumping today as investors paired bets on a Donald Trump win. So I just wanted to mention that. And just one more for you, speaking of the elections, Trump Media. This one was down 5.5%, up 17% at its highs, finishing the day with about a 12% gain. And so just wanted to point that out as we kind of watch the back and forth on that one.
Trump trade narrative doesn't work here, right? Because the Trump Media DJT is higher.
That's what I said to Tim. I go, wait a minute. I said, you should probably do Trump as a decliner. He's like, it's up. And so I don't know, kiddo. I don't know.
Trump trade narrative could be hogwash, right? It could be just us making something up to try and explain what we don't quite understand.
No, I actually think when there's, don't you think when there's optimism or polling that's saying one thing or another, you do see play out in the markets.
Yeah, it's just not consistent across asset classes, at least for today.
The Trump Media one too is one that's shorted a lot. Like so I think there's a couple things.
It's like doubled this year.
I know, it's up, yeah.
Yeah, they less than $1 million in revenue in its most recent report, guys.
But it's a $6 billion company.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so it's a little
detached. I think people would argue detached from fundamentals, and they wouldn't be wrong.
Nicely done.
True.
Hey, let's go to some decliners today. This is not hogwash. Marriott International falling 1.6%, falling the most intraday in nearly 3 months, though, off of those losses. The hotel company cut its adjusted earnings per share guidance for the full year. We also saw them record earnings per share of $2.26. That was lower than the average analyst estimate of $2.31, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. The New York Times shares falling today by more than 7%. This after the company reported third quarter revenue and subscriptions that fell short of analyst expectations. The company's tech workers also went on strike the day before the 2024 presidential election. The Times added 260,000 digital subscriptions, down from 300,000 in the second quarter.
All right, we are looking at hims and hers, appropriately, I think, renamed to express the importance of both genders in taking pills. Their third quarter revenue beat estimates. So, of course, this is a company that makes, I don't want to say knockoff, but off-label.
There you go.
Medicine for people who are having problem with hair loss or erectile dysfunction. In any case, third quarter EPS was 32 cents. There was last year a loss per share of 4 cents. They've done incredibly well in this market. In terms of orders, they missed. So net orders were 2.66 million. The estimate was for 2.8 million. So maybe the street was a little bit too pumped up on orders, but we do see a beat on third quarter revenue, $401.6 million. The street was only looking for $382.2 million.
All right,
pretty small numbers.
Let's get to one that's really been outperforming this year, Palantir, which is up 140% here in 2024. Well, this company reporting record profit, citing unwavering AI demand. So reporting record quarterly revenue. It beat analyst estimates, raised its forecast for operating income in the current period, citing specifically high demand in the United States for its artificial intelligence software. Third quarter sales increased 30% to $725.5 million. Analysts on average were looking for about $703.7 million, so easily a big beat there. Palantir also reported net income of $144 million, as I said, a record for the company, and you can see that stock, despite outperformance here in 2024, another 10% higher here in the aftermarket.
Also up 10% is the Real. Shares are higher after hours after the company raised its fiscal year guidance. Third quarter revenue also coming in above estimates at $148 million. Estimates were for $140.3 million. The company still sees fiscal year revenue of $595 million to $602 million. The estimate was for $586.5 million. Once again, shares in the after hours up by 8.5%.
Yeah, and this may speak to the idea and the way that people shop and how it's changing, especially as consumers grapple with inflation. This idea of the circular shopping experience.
I think this is something like, it's so interesting to talk about, and I've heard Carol and Tim talk about this on previous episodes of Business Week, but the bottom line is, it's a business in which you really can't scale. I mean, there's no way to make a lot of money in this business, and that's why it's only worth $330 million.
But it's doing well even at that level, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is outperforming this year. It's, I'm just taking a look, up almost 52% here.
But it's only worth $330 million in total market cap. We spend most of the day talking about trillion-dollar companies. It's not even worth $1 billion.
But how many investment advisors come on and say, we got to look at the small caps, right? You know, we want to see the market, breath widen out. I'm just,
It's a tiny cap,
they need
but interesting.
But we're looking at across the market, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're looking at shares of Cleveland Cliffs in the after hours. Pulling them up on the Bloomberg terminal right now. Shares are getting pulled up on my terminal right now.
Third quarter revenue missing estimates, Tim.
Yeah, down 5%. Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
stock
that.
down about 5%. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Slow in the delay here.
$4.6 billion in third quarter revenue. Analysts were looking for $4.74 billion, and the continuing loss per share was 52 cents. Analysts were looking for earnings per share of 50. No, that was last year. Earnings per share of 52 cents. Good. We're not comparing like with like here. We're just giving you for this past quarter and the year ago period.
Yeah, a little slow to come, so we're trying to work our way through these numbers. Third quarter revenue, 4.6, so that was a bit of a miss. 4.74 was what the street was expecting. So that stock is down about 3.5%. It's down 35%, 36% this year, Tim.
All right, there it is.
Yeah, all right, a little bit of earnings, guys. All right.
You guys ready for tomorrow?
Matt, you have any other comments?
Well, I love your show because I listen to you guys almost every single day. So I've heard a lot about the circular economy. I'm interested in it too, but it's just not one that makes a lot of money.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
We'll leave it on that note.
Matt, The Real Real is calling. They want to talk to you.
I got to check it out. I want to see what they have.
All right. Talk to your wife. She probably knows about The Real Real. I'm just saying. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do it all. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
We didn't get to do our story about the Hamptons.
We'll do it later.
Can we do it later?
Yeah, we're going to do it later. It's a fun one. It's election related.
I always remember, too, you know, it's just different things that say who might win the election, but I also remember, was it the Halloween masks? Who bought more of which candidate?
I forgot about that.
And it used to be like an indicator. So anyway,
I did see on
We'll
Friday.
What?
I went to dinner with friends who were in town for the marathon. Actually, you met one of them today.
I did.
Yeah, on Friday.
Did he run?
He ran it, yeah.
Ah,
He did really well.
Okay.
I went with friends.
We talked
so I was
politics
downtown.
when he was here.
We did. Downtown Friday night, you know, Thursday was Halloween, but I don't often spend Friday nights in Manhattan these days.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, people were out in costume, Carol.
Yeah.
I saw a few Donald Trumps, and they were dressed as Donald Trump as the McDonald's employee, Donald Trump.
Oh, that's
which I thought was really
like an apron and a suit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Well, yeah. I mean, there's just these different indicators. We'll get into the
A lot of witches, too. Always a lot of witches. Reminder, these are grown-ups, people, that I'm talking about, like going out on Friday.
I love being a witch. Costume or not. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right.
You know what you always tell me?
What?
It's the economy, stupid.
Totally.
You always say that to me.
I know. I nothing personal. It's just, it is the economy. I mean, it's kind of interesting this time around, which is, I'm curious what our next guest has to say.
It's your best James Carville. Well, in a year when the Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, over and over again, we've heard the economy has just consistently ranked as a swing states voters' top priority at the ballot box, with no other issue coming close. Perhaps it's because many Americans, Carol, are not feeling good about their personal finances, despite many measures of the economy being pretty much perfect. I mean, think about this. Inflation normalizing.
Totally.
The labor market is tight. The stock market is not the economy. We know that.
Right.
Yet, it is at records.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? But Wall Street is not necessarily Main Street. Glenn Williams gets it. He's CEO of Primerica. It's the $9.3 billion market cap financial services and life insurance company based in Duluth, Georgia. They do a ton of research around how middle-income families are feeling, something we spend a lot of time talking about. Glenn joins us from Georgia. Hey, Glenn, so glad to have you here with us. I want to start with Georgia. Crucial state in the election, one at the center of a lot of controversy last time around when Donald Trump lost. What first is your angst over the presidential election?
Well, there's always angst. Okay, in life there's angst. Elections are angst, and finances of middle-income families angst. You know, I think it's just time for clear direction. I think it's time to get beyond. It seems like an extended months and months and years of election discussions and prognostications, and so it'll be great to have it behind us and be able to have a clear path forward, regardless of the outcome.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So, just getting it done is more important than who wins in terms of what it means for most Americans going forward? Is that what you're saying?
Obviously, I think the policies of the administrations will matter to middle-income families, but most of what matters to middle-income families are the actions they take. You know, some of the macroeconomics and even some of the microeconomics are going to be the same regardless of outcome, but it's really the behaviors and the discipline or the efforts of middle-income families that make the most impact on their outcomes long-term when it comes time for retirement. And so that's where we try to focus, is coaching these families to do the right thing with what they have at their disposal.
Do you see differences for your clients between these candidates?
I think there are probably some differences, but I think a lot of the macroeconomics are going to be the same. I mean, what we do as a government and as a nation, a lot of that's set. regardless of which candidate wins. Sometimes I wish it was different. Sometimes I support the things we do. Sometimes, like middle-income families, we incur too much debt and spend too much money that we don't have. So there are clearly some opportunities, regardless of party, for some discipline, some financial discipline around our government, just like there is in every family that we meet with each month.
Well, I love that you went there, but I want to ask you about, we constantly say that there is kind of no middle-income family. So I'm curious who you identify. And I do wonder, the pressure on them to have financial discipline, but do they even have enough money coming in to just cover the costs of having a home, putting food on the table, just some of the basics, things that so many of us take for granted, but that's not necessarily the case for a lot of Americans.
I think you're right, Carol. We define middle-income families as household incomes between $30,000 and $130,000 a year.
That's a wide range. But go ahead.
It's very wide. That's about 58% of all families. So that does give you, more than half. And we do it broadly because we minister to families in all of those income categories. And we do believe that's a good broad market for us to try to provide services for. But you're right, the experience at the upper end of that range could be very different from the experience at the lower end of that range. And we take that into consideration as well. And you're also right that for almost every family, very few families, we estimate that we meet with 60,000 plus families a month at Primerica to give them advice and guidance. And we almost never come into a family that says, look, I've got too much money and I don't know what to do with it. It's almost always a prioritization discussion.
Right.
What are your goals? What are your objectives? What do you have available? It's probably not going to cover every base for every wish. We need to get down to the needs that are most important to the family. And then we need to have a prioritization discussion of what you're willing to sacrifice in the wants category to make sure the needs are covered. And I think that's true of almost everybody, whether no matter which end of that spectrum they're at. That's just the facts of financial life for most American families.
I'm just curious, not being critical, but how many of the families you talk to are really in that $30,000 range?
Well, I mean, that's a fairly low level, and their options might very well be limited to the most necessary necessities of life. But we don't turn any family away because we want to try to provide the appropriate guidance on making sure that you do everything possible to get out of debt as fast as possible, to start a savings program, even if it's a very small monthly program, if it's dollars a month. Getting started is important, and also protecting your family with inexpensive life insurance. Those are almost universal needs, and it's amazing most families who prioritize those, even at the lower end of our spectrum, can make some progress there. And we believe if you get progress started, it's easier to make improvements as you go. Often it's the getting started that's the hardest part.
How many minutes has it been since you last heard a political ad or last saw one? You're in Georgia.
Yeah. My phone is buzzing. I've turned it off. I hope it's not bothering anyone, but they're coming in like crazy.
Do you get door knockers?
I'm sorry?
Have you had door knockers?
We have not at our house.
Wow.
I've not seen a door knocker.
That's interesting.
Your state is so important considering last time around when there was some...
Considering it's up for grabs this time around, too.
Do you trust?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of activity around Georgia. It's getting a lot of attention, a lot of visits from both candidates and their parties. So it certainly has put Georgia on the map the last couple of elections.
Glenn,
sure.
10 seconds. You trust the integrity of the vote in your state?
I do think improvements have been made. I got to tell you, it's hard to determine what is accurate information. We're getting through all sorts of media, particularly social media.
Glenn Williams, thank you so much.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are getting those numbers out of Palantir. Shares after hours up now by 13%. Palantir, based in Denver, reported quarterly revenue that beat analyst estimates. It also raised its forecast for operating income in the current period, citing high demand in the U.S. for its artificial intelligence software. Again, after hours right now up by 13.2%. We'll keep you up to date on Palantir stock after hours. Turned out to be a down day ahead of the election tomorrow. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all finishing in the red. Wall Street shunning risk ahead of tomorrow's coin toss election. The S&P down 16, finishing the session at 57.12, a drop today of just about 0.3%. The Dow down 257, lower by 0.6%, and NASDAQ today down 59, a drop there of 0.3%. Interestingly, though, on a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares did gain by about 0.4%. 10-year 4.29%, the 2-year 4.17%. Gold, we'll call that unchanged on the day at $27.36, while West Texas Intermediate crude surged 3.2%, $71.72 a barrel. So again, recapping after earnings, after hours, we do have Palantir shares up now by just about 13.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you for that update. We do appreciate it, Charlie Pellet. Well, if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. You can check out our offers right now. They're at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now.
All right, everybody, you know the election tomorrow. It's happening. It's underway. We'll see whether or not we have an outcome or decision by the end of the day, although many say they don't think so. But what we do know is that the outcome will have far-reaching economic consequences, ranging from how Americans are taxed to how the country trades with the rest of the globe. On that alone, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have made many comments, from the campaign trail.
Tariff. I am a tariff man. To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff.
The Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars.
I want to cut taxes on Americans while putting tariffs on China and foreign countries.
Focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology.
Build your plant in the United States and you don't have any tariffs.
All right, that, of course, as you just heard, Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump presenting starkly different policy visions, Tim, when it comes to tariffs.
You know which one was which, right? You knew that. Just making sure.
Yeah, I got it. We're on it.
It was back and forth.
It was back and forth. But I think we get a pretty smart audience.
Okay, yeah. On other issues, too, that are going to shape the flow of immigrants, or other countries that will shape the flow of immigrants into the labor market, also the makeup of the energy supply that powers industry. The differences will influence the prices consumers pay for everyday goods and the borrowing costs households and businesses face on debts. Those things and the differences are the focus of this great piece by Bloomberg News global economy reporter Enda Curran. Enda joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Enda, your piece focuses on 5 of the most significant economic impacts of the election outcome. In your view, is there one that is most significant?
Well, I guess they're all significant in their own way, but the standout is the one you just talked about there. It's trade and tariffs, because that is the one that has the most potential to send shockwaves through both the domestic and the global economy. And now the scenario there would have to be President Trump returning to the White House, because he's the one that's pushing a more hawkish trade policy. As you know, talking about a universal ring, say, of maybe 10-odd% tariffs on goods coming into the country, going much harder on China, of 60-odd% on goods coming from China. Now, how that would play out would manifest itself domestically, it would mean higher prices for goods on the shelves for consumers here in the U.S.
That's inflationary.
Inflationary, yeah. It would potentially, by extension, act as a drag on GDP growth. Of course, former President Trump makes clear it's a revenue earner. And he, of course, says it's important to balance trade with the US and China. On the flip side, externally, globally, if the US goes ahead with those kind of tariffs, you're talking about impacting global production, global supply chains. You will see consumer behaviors change around the world in terms of where they're shifting goods from, where they're buying from, and you will see a sort of a ricochet effect through all aspects of the manufacturing economy in the global economy, because the US is the world's biggest consumer still. So I think if you want to talk about where is the potential for the biggest shock in global ramifications, I think it'd probably have to start with the trade story.
Can you help me understand, though, the tariffs initially imposed by Donald Trump first time around that were continued into the Biden administration, what economic impact did they ultimately have?
Yep, so it's important to say that the tariffs, as you mentioned, former President Trump imposed in his first term were kept on during President Biden's term. They are tariffs, say, of around 25% in terms of duties on about $300 billion worth of Chinese goods. Now, there's some debate over the impact these have had, but net-net economists will say that it added to inflation, at least at the margins. Now, of course, the pandemic has skewed a lot of things when it comes to the inflation debate, so it's hard to net out what role exactly those tariffs played, but there's no doubt economists say they played some role in inflation. The real focus of debate for economists on tariffs is also how much revenue they raise. Again, for former President Trump, who's pushing these policies in particular, he says they will go a long way towards raising the kind of revenue needed to offset his tax cuts that he's promising. Now, of course, economists who look at this say, well, you know, the revenues raised from tariffs peak at the beginning of the cycle and then start to decline in the years after, because consumers start shifting where they buy their stuff from to get around tariffs, and producers and manufacturers will move their supply chains to get away from the tariff dragnet, and by extension, that tariff revenue starts to come down. So there are many ways of slicing and dicing the tariff story in terms of its impact on inflation, GDP, and revenues, but the bottom line is it does impact.
Okay, from tariffs, I want to go to some of the other policies that you outlined in this piece. I want to start with immigration here and get an understanding from you and how Bloomberg Economics is thinking about different immigration policies and what the flow of immigrants, what would happen to the flow of immigrants under two different scenarios.
Yeah, again, we kind of have to look at former President Trump here to begin with, because he's talking about the biggest deportation on history if elected. Now, if that was to happen, you would see sectors such as retail and construction, leisure and hospitality being impacted, because those are sectors that rely a lot, not just on immigration, but of course on illegal immigration, which would be the focus of this deportation order. So that, of course, would send first and second round effects through the labour market in terms of labour shortage, and of course potentially an impact on wages there as well.
So again, inflationary.
Potentially at the margins. Now, Vice President Harris, who of course has come under scrutiny for her role in the surge of migrants across the southern border, she talks a hawkish game, but not on the same draconian level as former President Trump, and her policy is essentially resurrecting that bipartisan bill that was talked about in Congress earlier this year, which is a stricter crackdown on illegal immigration, and trying to get that through Congress next year. So both are talking about a crackdown in immigration. The biggest effect would come from former President Trump if he gets elected.
This isn't in your story, so I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have the statistic at the top of your head, but you speaking about this just gives me the question. What do we know about the economic impact of illegal immigrants in this country, sort of like where they are when it comes to what they do for work, and what would happen if overnight, and I know it wouldn't happen overnight, but if they wouldn't be at those jobs anymore because of this mass deportation process?
Yeah, well, forgive me, Tim, I don't have the precise figures in front of me in terms of the impact, but broadly, writ large, the impact of immigration into the country over the past couple of years has been considered one of the bulwarks against both recession and taming the inflation story. And you do have bodies like the Bipartisan Congressional Budget Office who have run numbers on this, and they estimate that immigration, now that includes legal and illegal or non-documented, will add trillions to the economy over the coming decade because of the contribution to revenue and spending. So there is a view out there that immigration is positive. Now, none of these economists are arguing for unchecked immigration. like the scenes that we saw at the southern border over the past couple of years. But they do make the point that immigration plays a critical role for those industries that are particularly short of labour and workers, which has been a concurring theme. And that's where there's some pushback and concern about what would happen in the event of a major deportation order.
You know, you made me like quick Google a story. Economists started rethinking, I guess, payrolls forecasts. This is a story, I think that was in April of this year.
Remember that.
After the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, more than doubled its estimate of immigration last year to 3.3 million people. It expects a similar sized influx this year, 2024, and estimated in a February report that the rise in migrants will boost the economy by $7 trillion over the next decade. So the importance of, you know, it's not necessarily, as you guys look at this from an economic factor, it's not necessarily illegal or legal immigrants are taking jobs that Americans want. A lot of times it's jobs, you know, that are entry jobs, you know, whether it's, you know, helping contractors, whether it's working on
Where
farms.
I grew up in California, there are a lot of farmers, and migrant labor was a huge part of farming in California.
Right,
It still
so
is.
it's just like an important part of how things work. Let's go to we did immigration.
Deficits? Do you want to do deficits?
Let's
do you
do
want to do, or we could also do energy.
Let's do energy.
Okay.
I'm kind of, you know, we saw today solar names actually moving higher because I think there's thinking that certainly a Trump administration would be, which we had talked about earlier, would not be great for alternative energy. Like he's kind of gone back and forth, I think, a little bit with, so especially with Elon getting involved. But nonetheless, we did see solar names rallied today on the expectation of some of the poll that looked like it could be more of a Harris win. Energy. How are you guys thinking about that?
Well, the differential theme there is drill, baby, drill, right? Former President Trump was all about the hydrocarbons, oil and gas and coal and extracting what you can from America's resources. That's been a key and consistent theme of his threat campaign. He wants to cut regulation and make it easier to mine out those resources. Now, of course, that is a fairly stark difference to Vice President Harris, who represents broadly policy continuity from the Biden administration on this issue, which is, of course, continuing to push those policies of green energy and alternative energy that they have been pushing. And there's some, you know, there's also a threat from the Republican side that they would roll back some of the legislation pushed through during the Biden years as well. So it's a pretty stark differential on offer there. Broadly policy continuity on the Harris side, pro-green and alternative energy, but on the Trump side, of course, a kind of a promise to cut regulation and a reversion to some of the older sources of energy.
What's the economic impact of either strategy?
Well, I mean, the U.S., plenty of economists will tell you, is pumping in as much energy out of the ground as it ever has right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gas prices are very low at the pump. We all know that. That's obviously taking pressure off of inflation. And then for bigger picture, a lot of economists welcome the investment going into the critical manufacturing sectors, be it EVs or batteries or solar, for example, in terms of creating new high-tech value-add jobs. So there's a positive picture around the green or climate agenda when it comes to economists. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's a negative view on what former President Trump is proposing, but I think there would be viewed as parts of that agenda would be regressive when it comes to new energy.
All right, we're going to leave it there. And if you want to read about deficits, which is also part of Enda's story, something that we've talked about a lot around this table, highly recommend you check out the story at Bloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg terminal. Enda, thank you so much for going through over so much. Enda Curran, global economy reporter at Bloomberg News in our DC bureau.
Read this story.
Yeah.
It's a guide to everything you got to think
really
about,
is.
depending on who wins. Hey, let's do some comedy next. We got Caroline Hirsch joining us.
I could use a laugh.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks move lower today. Stocks failing to gain traction ahead of the election. Polls continue to depict a tight race as ahead of the Federal Reserve rate decision later in the week. Lots of earnings after the close of trading. We begin with Palantir Technologies. The stock is surging. It reported quarterly revenue that beat analyst estimates. It also raised its forecast for operating income in the current period, citing high demand in the U.S. for its AI software. After hours, we got Palantir right now up by about 12.5%. Also reporting moments ago, AIG, American International Group, out with a higher third quarter profit that beat Wall Street predictions, driven by higher net investment income. And after the bell, we heard from a semiconductor manufacturer, NXP Semiconductors, falling after giving a disappointing forecast for fourth quarter sales and earnings. NXP right now down by about 5.1%. So the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declined today, with the S&P down 16, down by about 0.3%. The 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 4.16%. Gold flat on the day right now, $27.36 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.2%, $71.67 a barrel. So lots of earnings. And as for the market backdrop, Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
What we're seeing right now is the beginning of this handoff from the Mag 7, which has driven the market for the last 2-ish years, to everybody else. And we need to start to see some of that earnings pick up into next year for some of those smaller names in order to be able to sustain this rally, which we think will happen, but it's a sort of delicate handoff in the meantime.
Kara Murphy of Kestra Investment Management, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Recapping, S&P down 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks, Charlie. Do appreciate that. You thought we were going to get away from politics by talking comedy, but I got to tell you.
So this can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city or transport of up to 20 people at a time. So this is going to, the Robovan is what's going to solve for high density. So if you want to take a sports team somewhere, or you're looking to really get the cost of travel down to, I don't know, 5-10 cents a mile, then you can use the Robovan. Some people call it the Robovan, but so yeah. You know, one of the things that we want to do, and we've seen this with the Cybertruck, is we want to change the look of the roads. You know, the future should look like the future. So, speaking of robots, so everything we've developed for our cars, the batteries, power electronics, the advanced motors, gearboxes, the software, the AI inference computer, it all actually applies to a humanoid robot. It's the same techniques. It's just a robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels. And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus. And as you can see, we started up with someone in a robot suit, sort of down, and then we've progressed dramatically year after year. So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you could have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. And I think at scale, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000. Probably less than a car, is my prediction, long term. Now, you know, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do? It'll basically do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks. Whatever you can think of, it will do.
What you want to do with the festival, and you've been doing it for such a long time, and I'm sure there's evolution, and there's obviously, you know, the iconic comedians you want. I'm sure new voices. Tell us how you think about it every year.
Well, we think about it like the day after we, like, you know, the middle of this November coming up, we'll think about next year. But it takes about a year to get everybody kind of in line, and between the schedules and this and that. So, you know, we have close to 300 shows around New York City with, you know, 200 or more comedians that are around. So, you know, we have something for everyone. I mean, you know, we're at the greatest venues in the world. You know, the Beacon Theater, Town Hall, Carnegie Hall, and it's an array of great comedians. And we have, we're kicking it off on Thursday night with a tribute to Joan Rivers. This is something her daughter, Melissa, put together. Sweet. And it's called Dead Funny, and it's all-star tribute to Joan, and it benefits God's Love We Deliver. And there are plenty of comedians on there, like Nikki Glaser, Matano Lane, Randy Rainbow, Michelle Bateau, Rachel Branahan, who played The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which is kind of a, you know, look, there are two hit shows on TV today. There were The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Hacks, and they both kind of centered around the life of Joan Rivers.
Right.
So here you go, an older lady.
I got Carol on
I did
the
start
Hacks
to watch
train. I
Hacks.
said, you gotta watch Hacks.
Yeah, which is really well. But it's also a combination. You've got a lot of musicians. Bruce Springsteen.
We have Bruce, but Bruce is part of our big event.
Because why?
Stand Up for Heroes.
Love it.
It's something that Bruce.
I mean, I should never question Bruce being anywhere, but
he's been on the show for. It's our 18th year of doing Stand Up for Heroes. He's been on the show for 17 years. He took 1 year off when he was doing his Broadway show. And he's been a constant there, and he's very involved with vet issues and raising these funds. And we have a stellar lineup this year.
And it is the 20th annual New York Comedy Festival, and the Stand Up for Heroes. Like
Stand Up for Heroes, 18 years. And
18 years.
And it's you know, over this time we've raised over $100 million for veteran causes. And I just went over, I'm on the board of the Woodruff Foundation. I just went over a number of grants. We gave out $10 million in grants this year. When there was a hurricane in Tampa, we were there helping out the vets. So we're like action-packed, vetted the best way you could possibly be. And this money is well spent with the veterans.
I got to say with veterans, I mean, nothing funny about it that, you know, we have individuals in our country who go over and fight for freedom and to protect other countries, to protect Americans and American assets, and come home and then it's like they're forgotten. And it's, you know, I'm not going to get political, but it is great to see the efforts that you do and others to help them out.
Thank you.
You mentioned Bruce Springsteen, but Jim Gaffigan, Nora Jones, Questlove, Jerry Seinfeld, Jon Stewart, among others.
And Mark Norman, yeah.
Mark Norman, too, yeah.
It's a great lineup. It's going to be super.
What are you looking forward to? You said Bill Maher. You said,
yeah, I go, you know, get to see Bill. You know, Bill started with me in my first club on 8th Avenue, so we've known each other for years. I'm always excited to see him and to hear what he has to say. I'm excited for, like,
did you know Bill was going to do well, or did you think, like, what is it when you see somebody, or you know, wow, this person's going to be?
Bill had great stand-up.
He did.
You know, 40 years ago, yeah. So he was great at that and stayed with it, and then Politically Incorrect got him to where he is today. So, you know, he just was there, tenacity, and stayed with it and did great. But we have a lot of people that have worked at the club for so many years, like Tracy Morgan, J.B. Smooth, Miss Pat is at Town Hall also. Adam Ray is playing Dr. Phil at the Beacon Theater. Jabuki Young White is also at the Hard Rock. The Hard Rock is playing a big part in the festival. We have shows there practically every night at the Hard Rock Hotel. It's a great venue that's there. We have a tribute to Gilbert Gottfried that's there. So it's kind of taken the place of the Caroline Space, and we're doing all of those shows there at the Hard Rock.
We're going to talk about that when we come back.
We want to know about a space for you. Having said that, I am also wondering if some of the comedians might have some thoughts about Elon Musk. Having said that, there's a headline crossing the Bloomberg, and a Pennsylvania judge will not halt Elon Musk's $1 million voter giveaway, and saying that these giveaways can proceed after the lawsuit. We mentioned this earlier, that they were trying to block it.
More when we come back with Caroline Hirsch, founder of Caroline's on Broadway.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get right back to Caroline Hirsch. She's the founder of Caroline's on Broadway, operated from 1981 to 2022. The legendary Caroline's on Broadway. She's also she founded the New York Comedy Festival, and also she's deeply involved with
New York
Stand Up for
comedy and
Heroes.
you think of her.
Yeah, she is the person. We're going to talk more about Caroline's in just a minute, but I do want to get you to weigh in on the election stuff and just like the way that comedy has played in just over the last week. I mean, if you think about what happened at Madison Square Garden with Tony Hinchcliffe and the way that that comment from him just dominated the news cycle, now there's some polling that actually indicates that it caused potential Trump voters to move away from Trump. Did you think we'd be talking about, like, a comic who's known for roasts?
No, not
affecting
at all.
the presidential election?
You know, what you call it is like a bad booking. You know, just like a bad booking, and it shouldn't have happened. But then again, you hire Tony, you have to know what comes with Tony. It's like, you know, there's no filter. So you really can't filter a comedian like that, as you know from the Tom Brady roast. I mean, he was really out there, so you have to know, you know, the person that booked him on the show, not something you would suggest for a political closing. I would, rally. If I was in charge of that for the comedians, I would never put him up there. So,
what type of comedian would you put up?
Well, you know, we had Jim Gaffigan that was at the Al Smith dinner.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, he made points.
Yeah.
But a little more,
Easier.
tasteful.
Yeah.
You know, he's a conservative, but he made points a different way. So there's a way to do it. So you have to know how to book it. So Tony was not the right person to be there at that time.
So can we assume that the festival, since it'll be after the election, that there'll be a lot of political...
You should see Caroline.
All right, close up on Caroline.
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding me with this question, Carol Messer?
I mean, well, what do you make of... I know. All right, so I asked the obvious.
I mean, I watch the late shows at night, and it's not a night that doesn't go by between Kimmel and Colbert. It just doesn't stop. It's like I have to walk out of the room until the monologue's over. It doesn't stop. So God knows what the next week is going to be.
Well, then you have you're coming off a weekend where, SNL and Kamala Harris appears in a skit. And I know political candidates have done that in the past, but you just think about how important it is in terms of reaching different voters, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's the way to reach young people.
From a comedy perspective, though, does SNL still carry the weight that it once did?
I think we're all talking about it, so I guess it does. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, yeah.
Interesting, because I wasn't expecting you to say that. I was expecting you to say, okay, well, maybe podcasts, YouTube, and, these sort of things that get people, TikTok even.
It does.
We've talked about with you in the past.
But they repurpose everything from SNL, goes on to all of those sites the next day. So that's where they connect with young people. They really do. I mean, I think I just read that SNL did a big deal right now with TikTok. There's a lot of stuff from SNL on there, so... It gets repurposed and then it gets seen. And it gets everybody just talking about it. So that when the news knows that Kamala Harris goes on to that, we all talk about it the next day. So it's a good booking for her.
Go ahead, Carol.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, what about it being a springboard for young comedians in this day and age? I mean, you used to be on SNL, and that's where so many legends got their start.
Well, Bill Burr is coming up and hosting this weekend. Bill Burr started out at Caroline's as an opening act, and we were the first people to ever headline him in New York City through the New York Comedy Festival.
Which is pretty... I thought I also read that Billy Crystal, SNL, passed on him, and then he did and that he and then ended up on SNL.
That was probably, I believe, in 1984, 85. Dick Ebersol came in. Lorne Michaels was not producing then. Dick Ebersol came in and put him on, and then Billy just exploded again.
Yeah. It's just kind of interesting.
Caroline's was like a good luck charm for a lot of people.
So how do you think about bringing it back in some form?
Well, I think we're going to bring it back in a bigger way, more of a big event that might happen around
once
the country.
A year or something, or
maybe
you
more than that. Yeah,
she looks guilty. She
looks
like she's got something cooking over
sat
here.
Here a year ago. You sat here a year ago and said, "You'll have something for us next time you're here."
So that we're
still working on it.
We're still working on it. Yeah.
When you say bigger, you mean outside of New York too? Maybe.
I mean, Caroline's as the brand taking bigger and just outside of the 4 Broadway walls, it'll be in other people's walls.
One thing that we've talked about at Bloomberg Business Week is this idea that Joe Rogan is trying to make Austin happen as a center for comedy, like it happened in LA and New York. Do you buy that?
I think he's done a good job of bringing a lot of comedians there. I don't know if it'll be the centerpiece of comedy, but he's bringing, you know, the New York comedians and the LA comedians and the Dave Chappelle's to go in there. But New York is where it's at. New York is where it's at. New York is bigger than LA for comedy. So,
how do you think about comedy and like the evolution of it? I mean, I grew up with a dad. I'm trying to think the roasts with like Dean Martin and so, and they still continue. But does it really change in terms of what makes people laugh?
No, I think it's what makes you laugh is the common thread of the joke. Because it happened to you, it happened to me. Ha ha ha! Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
So that's really why we all love comedy.